is full of exciting events, but it is our first impressions that we remember best. Your first diploma, your first job in a big company, unforgettable emotions from the first date, the first expensive things you bought when you got your first paycheck, and your first investments with Freedom Broker. Freedom Broker. Look at your favorite brands from a new perspective.
Welcome to 100 Endgames You Must Know. Over 200 mini videos that our Chessable team edited together, synced with our move trainer, and made it a seamless learning experience. So thanks for watching, happy studying, and enjoy the material.
Ancestors saved and preserved the vast expanses of their native land, from Altai to Ataro, thanks not only to the spearheads and brave spirit, but also to the ability of strategic thinking. In the age of the larger political games and in times of wars, step strategy decided the future of the nation and contributed to the strengthening of borders. Every step taken was another of the common obstacles on the way to a brighter future. Every decision made changed the trajectory of life. This is a game. This is a strategy. The light and dark side of life. This is history. Friendship and rivalry. This is an emotion. Aspiration to the future.
defeat the World Rapid Chess Championship 2022. We have today day 2 in the rapid competition, and we do have 1 sole leader in the women's section and 4 co-leaders in the open section. I'm woman Grandmaster Keti Tsatsalashvili, and this is Grandmaster Alexander Shabalov.
Thank you, Keti. This is the round 2, a sunny day here in Almaty. Just literally got back from the mountains, and it was so great over there. The round just began, and let's switch to the playing hall, and we got the first opening surprises this round.
That's right. Yesterday was a day of excitement. We had no disappointment at all. And today is the second day. Alex, things gonna go very sharp today and also tomorrow. Let's take a look. What is the pairings for today and how many points players have?
All right, the first 2 tables, our co-leaders, Magnus Carlsen against Jordan van Forest from Netherlands, Vladimir Fedoseev, representing FIDE, and Arjun Erigaisi, one of the brightest young Indian stars right now. The first 2 tables, a lot of excitement today.
That's right. And then we have a lot of players with 4 points. They have equal chances to catch up the leaders and even win the tournament with 4 points. And you can find out a lot of stars with the 4 points. We have Hikaru Nakamura with 3.5 and Mbuel as well with 3.5. Together with Richard Rapport, today they have to make it more. They have to get best out of it. Fabian Caruana, Alexander Grishchuk. We want to see their games on the top boards indeed. Let's switch to the women's section. Waiting for the pairings of the women's section, and there we have very interesting situation as well. We have Valentina Gunina with 4 out of 4. Alex, I told you yesterday about Valentina that if she's in a good shape, she's gonna be very dangerous for her opponents. Tan Zhongyi will be today her first opponent.
Yeah, let's see if Tan Zhongyi will continue her a massacre of her Russian opponents. It's something that she did earlier. Was it last month or it's this month?
This month, 2 weeks ago, yes.
Just 3 highest-rated Russian opponents fell to Tan Zhongyi and women candidates. And that's board number 1. Board number 2, Elena Danilyan versus Kanera Humpo. The game like this would be for any women tournament, that would be like a highlight of a schedule here. Okay, do you know players on board 3?
Yes, we have Laia Garifilina, a very young, talented player, and also very strong rapid player from Russia. She has shown her best, and she will face Gunay Mamazada, another very talented player from Azerbaijan. And we have 3 points, and we have a lot of stars out there. Alexander Kostyuk, Alexander Gorechkina, Nana Zagnidze, Anna Zatonsky, Elizabeth Paz, Olga Giria, Janzai Abdumalik, so on and so on. We will need a lot of minutes to read all these names. Let's get back in the games because they have started some time ago, and now this is a good time to catch up the openings.
All right, here we go. Board 1. This is Magnus Carlsen versus Jordan van Forest. This is pretty standard threaty when black plays d4 and move 3 to grab in the center. This is like a theoretical playground right now. There's a lot of games played in every tournament. Black is trying to prove that by grabbing some space, they will always guarantee at least the equality to themselves. And white is saying, oh no, not so fast. I'm playing a Benoni with tempo up. That should be benefits to it. And Magnus, using the slightly unusual move order, tries to prove it. So as you can see, this is a standard for Benoni, but instead of playing traditional knight f3 here, he delays development of this knight for at least 4 moves. So he goes a3 first, just in case. So there's no bishop b4 check, also prepares for b4. This move practically forces a5, and then bishop g5. That's absolutely, I never seen it before. So 2 bishops out first. You don't see it in Benoni often. So
yeah, I agree with that. Very interesting start of a day. And yesterday we were talking that today the first game will be a lot of home preparation from players, and we might see something unusual. And here we have the first board in the open section. We have something that is not very common in these positions.
all right, so plans are pretty standard. White has a pawn majority on a queen side. You see 3 pawns against 2. So everything depends on how quick White will play b4. As they're going to play rook b1, a4, and b4 just to open the b file, or Magnus can afford to waste the tempo and go b3 first, make sure the a4 is never there, and then rook b1 and b4. Let's see what... I'm sure he just tries to remember his prep. Cannot happen that this is like something new for him, because bishop takes f6, his previous move, you cannot play it without a preparation.
That's right. This bishop was not even under attack, and he just voluntarily took it. So I kind of have a feeling that he has prepared something very dangerous for black. In the interview yesterday that he gave to us, he said that he's going to rest a little bit and have a dinner and then try to sleep. That was the plan for yesterday.
That's
and
it?
Today, all morning and afternoon, he had for the preparation. Another very important topic that I think a lot of players are going through right now is the time zone changes, and it's a bit difficult for most of them to fall asleep at night and then to be productive next day.
Yes, absolutely. The main contenders actually made it to Almaty at least a few days in advance. I know the American players, Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura, were here like 3 days before the tournament has started. Hopefully they beat jet lag by now, and we'll see them back in our winner circles, you know. So let's move on. That promises interesting strategical battle, but it's going to be slow. Let's see if there is anything.
We have to check out the second board, which is also very important, where Fedosiev plays against Arjun, and we need to check it out, because if one of these 2 games we have decisive result, there's going to be a sole leader after this round. And everyone, this is round 6. We had 5 rounds yesterday in open section and 4 rounds in the women's section. So tournament is for 3 days, and all these 3 days are very, very important. For the moment, we can see now also both players.
Oh, you got
on
the 6
video.
rounds today.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no. Okay. Everybody brace yourself for a long, long day in the office, and it's going to be a lot of fun. We see Catalan.
Yeah, this is not actually surprising so far for us. We have seen several Catalans also yesterday at the top boards, which ended peacefully, and seems like Fedosiev decided to go a little bit slow, although Arjun's pawns are very, very loose on the queen side. Double pawns on a file, and also backward pawn on c6. I believe here white has very good compensation.
That's true, and well, everything in this game will be decided, like whether or not black will be able to play c5 and have a good version of it. If c5 will be played, there's going to be a lot of exchanges. Black should be fine, but if there will be some tactical problems, well, I don't know. Black's pawn structure is not very impressive at the moment, so. It's going to be an interesting long battle. To update the schedule, today we're going to have 4 rounds in both sections. Only 4 rounds, yes. Okay. And then last day will be 3 rounds for women and 4 rounds for men. And that's going to be all for the Rapid Championship. And then we're going to have very tough day in the Blitz portion of the tournament. And yeah, I'm sure players will... gonna get some shape, because there are some players, very strong players, who are saying that this is not going on their way, and maybe Blitz will be their lucky
tournament.
That's true. So one of the kind of perks of playing this World Rapid and Blitz Championship for players is that if you, for some reason, don't do well in first section, if you don't do well in Rapid, you can always redeem yourself by a great Blitz performance. And a lot of players here actually playing either one event or the other, that which would always be the, okay, here we go, C5.
C5 we have on the board, and I think Fedosia wants to take the pawn on E4.
With?
He's not so sure. He's not so sure.
What
He's
do you think you're going to take it with?
I was thinking about queen, but then I also like rook takes A4 and another rook C1 to A1 to hit the pawn on A5. Also looks quite tempting.
All right.
He goes with the queen.
First guess was absolutely correct. Queen takes. White is not really opposing exchanges. So, for example, queen takes queen, and rook takes queen, takes on D4, takes. It seems like black imagined to exchange a lot of pieces, but there is a problem in the position, and the problem is this square on C6,
right.
and this will be really hard to defend for.
I really like here for black rook to C8 move, which controls the square which you just mentioned, and also kind of pins the pieces on the C file. But there is something that black has to take into the consideration, not to give up A5 for pawn just for a free. I think Arjun decided to take the queen on A4 just to trade this piece. Is he going to take the pawn on D4 right away?
Don't really see an alternative. No.
He goes H6.
Interesting.
That's interesting.
So he's wants white to make a decision about his dark square bishop. And two ways to do this. White doesn't want to waste any time. It will be taken on F6. But bishop D2 does also make sense, because A5 is a really, really good target for white. So, and now Fedoseev knows that this is a critical moment. He just needs to decide: bishop takes F6 or bishop to D2. Also, bishop F4 is not entirely without merit. Three moves to play, and this is the moment where I think you can see the big difference in between, for example, Magnus Carlsen. I'm sure would play his next move immediately here. Okay, and while Fedoseev takes his time. Okay.
Right, he's considering either to take on F6 or to draw this bishop on D2 to hit the pawn on A5. This is a very important decision for him to give up the pair bishop advantage to his opponent, which is very dangerous opponent. Arjun Ergesi is Indian Grandmaster. He is 54th Indian Grandmaster. Can you imagine how many of the Grandmasters they can have? I don't know, so many 10 Olympic teams, very strong teams with all the Grandmasters indeed. And at the moment he is 9 years old, just turned 19 this September, and his performance has been so far amazing, and a lot of people are just amazed how classy he is at this age already.
Was he on the first Indian team at the Olympiad, the one that scored silver? Was he?
I believe yes. He was into the first team of India.
Yeah.
Yes.
One interesting fact from short but very rich chess biography of Arjun is that the tournament that really changed his chess development, chess career, was 2016 Aeroflot, where the young guy, how old was he in 16? So
very young.
13 or 14?
Yeah,
something like this. Okay, first of all, you probably know that Aeroflot Open used to be one of the toughest Open on the circuit in the world. It's like where only grandmasters over 25, 50 are allowed to play, with some exceptions. And so 13-year-old boy got invited into this tournament, and he was beaten to pulp there. It's like by strong grandmasters, he scored 1 point. Out
that's
of
amazing.
Right after that tournament, there's only 2 ways to go. You either saying, okay, chess is not for me, all right, or you're saying, well, I know I was thinking exactly. I was thinking that I'm a strong chess player, and here we go. The people giving me this beating. I need to start working twice as hard, maybe 10 times harder, and that's what Arjun did, and that's why he is where he is today.
Yeah, maybe, I believe that was a tournament that changed a lot in his career. And at the age of 14, I think some months later, he became a grandmaster, which is absolutely great achievement in chess. Well, on the other side, we have Fedossev, who is very strong grandmaster and a very experienced grandmaster. One of the best in rapid portion. Back in 2017 Riyadh, he played against Vishy Anand in the finals. They both shared first, second places, but then we just have one winner, and to declare the winner, they played mini match, and that's where Anand won that match, and he took the silver medal, which is indeed great achievement. So he decided, in fact, to get this bishop back on d2 and keep the eye on a5 pawn. And Arjun is just like, okay, take that pawn, I will hit on b2 pawn instead. And straight everything, and if queen side is off the board, all the pieces from queen side, I am fine to make a draw here with black pieces.
Yes, absolutely. Rook f2 b8 is an attempt to hold this position with a tactical means. I think if white takes on a5 in any way, black will be retaking pawn on b2 and restoring material equality and equalize the position. So interesting moment in the game, but I think we
have to go back to Magnus Carlsen and Van Forest, because these guys are playing so fast and the things are getting so dramatically changed. So let's
go to board back. 1? Magnus against Jordan, and where Magnus played an move f. Oh wow! All right, we definitely should go there.
Whoa.
What's going on? I see like white is up how many points here? At least 2. Okay, and the tempo. And the third pawn is hanging. So unless Jordan will come up with something really, really good, it's just not looking promising for black. And what could it possibly be?
Very, very difficult. I was thinking about a move like bishop g4 to give up the dark square bishop, get the knight on c6, and then somehow try to annoy the opponent on the light squares on the king side. However, f takes g is not the mandatory move, and he can just pass and play something else. They made moves, I believe, bishop b3. Okay, bishop b3, hitting the queen. Magnus played queen to d2, and now c6, knight is captured by the queen in that way.
And white took the bishop. All right. So 2 pawns for white and weak light squares for black. Which one will be? Which factor is more important in this position? We'll see the answer in a couple more moves.
Yeah, that's right. If black managed to get queen and the bishop battery on h1, a8 diagonal, I think black will have very good compensation for those pawns. Although it's very, very difficult to manage.
Arrange it, right. The knight will go to f4, taking d5 under control. The bishop will never get back to big diagonal. And Okay, knight queen d5 was played by Jordan. That's a prophylaxis against knight f4. He wants another pawn. So, but Magnus is up too, so he can choose to give this pawn up and just start pushing his c pawn. That's one way to go. Another one, he can just play something like queen f4, get in tempo on d4, and well, that takes a square away from the knight. Maybe Magnus not playing that way.
Yeah, you can also do queen b4 to attack the pawn and then knight f4, but then somehow you get this queen a little bit farther from the king side, and maybe he will just keep queen closer. I like the idea of pushing the c pawn, just c6 here, rook c8, c7,
right now? Okay.
right away, and then somehow to support this pawn, like with queen f4, if the pawn is on c7, you can definitely do in that way, or that's also another option to
okay, the body language, right, what do you read from Jordan's face right now?
I would believe that he is still in the game. He's waiting for his chances.
Okay.
Maybe he played somewhere not so accurate and he could play somewhere better, but still this is not so clear. White needs to find the best way to convert it. So if there is even one mistake from white side, black can try to hold it.
All right. Well, again, interesting, very tense situation in Magnus' game, and both games on top two boards. I think we can go a little bit further on in our charts, and
we can go to the board 3, but we have to remember to come back here because I think the thing's gonna change dramatically here. He goes h4. Whoa!
Oh wow!
His
Weakening the king even more.
Already very weakened. He says like, whatever. I want to keep my pawn safe on g5. I like to grab the pawns and I like to save it. And Van Forest is like, oh no.
Yeah, he keeps biting his lower lip, and it's what is it? A sign of annoyance, or the sign of like something went wrong? What do you think?
This is another thing that yesterday we mentioned about the microphone after the game. That's very much needed in chess commentary. And another thing that I'm really considering is would be a very good idea to have a specialist of body language. Just imagine if you have someone who knows what these players are going through just by their body postures and body language. Magnus is like, I have this extra pawn, extra 2 pawn.
Yeah,
and he plays
keeping
with
them in
that
hand just in case, just to remind himself that he's a little bit
pawns.
up materially. Yeah, so all right. Could we go to the board 3, where defending champion Nordirbek Abdusatorov plays Jan Krzysztof Duda.
Let's take a look at that game to see what is happening. Also very important match up indeed. And those are the players who are very close to the leaders. So far we have this position, and maybe this is not as sharp as the other ones.
Yes, this exchange line and Rui Lopez. White took on c6, and then long maneuvering started. Oh well, this game just begun. I think we can move.
Yeah, we can move. And another very, very nice thing about Duda, we were talking about him yesterday and his coach, Mitton. There is a very nice photo which was captured by one of the photographers here from yesterday when Jan Krzysztof Duda, after the game, is talking from the playing venue with his coach. And this is something really, really beautiful to see. Right now, I'm showing this to Alex. This is really, really nice,
well, you can get a warning for this at the tennis tournament, right?
But it's the over of the round, and it's a break time.
Okay.
And they just talk. The coach can go to the players' venue, and I don't know about players if they can go spectators' venue,
probably
but
not.
a distance cannot really be inside. in between these two chess player and the coach. So we said that it's very important for Jan to have his coach on the side, and he's always next to him. So let's get back to the other two games and just take a look how Van Foreest answered to Magnus' h4 move.
All right. Okay, again we see the position has changed and there is no active queen on d5 anymore. All white pieces are standing extremely well. Same 2 pawns. Pawn on h5 is hanging. I think this game is going to its logical end, which is unfortunate. Which should be unfortunate for Van Foreest. The white is winning here with his counterplay dissipate with every move here, and I think it's a matter of time.
I agree with that, and it seems like Magnus Carlsen managed to put the pieces at their best places. He can go with queen b4, queen f2 to hit on d4 and make sure that another black's piece is busy to guard the pawn on d4. He goes with queen f2, attacking on d4, rook d8 was played, and now it is very interesting how Magnus will answer this. Is he going to take another pawn on h5?
Why wouldn't he? I mean, it's it's another pawn, and it's an important pawn, the pawn that somehow defends the king as well. So, yeah, unless the...
No.
Yep, he does. I mean,
third pawn. Yeah.
Okay, 3 pawns up. That's too much.
Right. The things really went nicely to...
All right, so we're going to have one person with 5.5 out of 6 after this round. And what happens on board 2? Vladimir Fedoseev is a pawn up, just 1 pawn up against young Indian player Arjun Erigaisi. But looks like a very, very solid pawn. The black cannot really... Oh, it's a white to move as well. So after rook c8, king h7, f7 is a little bit weak. So not only white is up in material, but the black pieces also aren't standing very, I mean, convincing to me. That everything is in the air. Like.
That's right. So it is a bit dubious decision from Arjun to give up the a5 pawn and not get the pawn back, and now he has to do his best to get this pawn back, and then maybe he will have equal position. But Alex, I really like this knight on d6. It annoys black's king side as well, and if rook somehow gets on the 8th rank, things can go really wrong for black.
Absolutely. Well, if white pawn would be on h3 at this point, right, then f4 would win on the spot, because then rook c8, knight takes f7 will follow. So white needs like feels like white needs a few precise moves, and this game could also go to its logical end, which would be a win for white. We'll see if...
Right. We're going to come back here in a few minutes, and let's take a look now at Valentina Gurina and Tan Zhongyi. Very important matchup here in the women's section. And guys, all the games are so important because at this event we do have a $1 million prize fund, and by 1 point you can win a couple of $1,000 actually.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's the prizes decided by a tiebreak, or they split?
According to the new regulation in the open section, we're going to have tie breaks. Mm-hmm. In the women's section, we will not have tie breaks, and this is something new. And we have prices on many places. In fact, 35 players gonna get really nice amount of money. Of course, the winner will get 60,000 in the open section, and in women's section 40,000. That's a very nice gift to yourself in the end of a year. on the 30th of December.
It would be a nice Christmas present,
Oh, yes.
like for everyone here. All right, what do we see here? Valentina is down a piece, desperately looking for a compensation, but she doesn't. Oh no, she has 1 point for it. Probably not enough.
Well, if she gets this pawn on c6 somehow, maybe this pawn can be very, very dangerous. And c7 and bishop from h7 is supporting. But there's one problem. The bishop on a3 stops this to happen as queen is hanging. So that's a huge problem indeed.
And now after queen f8, the move that Tanjani just played, the white has to make like a very serious decision. No, I think he can avoid trading queens by playing queen c7. That's what Valentina is going to do. He probably should. She probably should do this. Yeah, queen c7. Keeping.
Wow, this was a very interesting game. We maybe not have that much time, but let's just check the moment. 26 move. That's when things started to.
So after c5,
yes,
Valentina just opened the d file.
I think she blundered d takes c5 and b5 move, because what happened in the game after d takes c5 and b5, rook is under attack. Rook cannot go on c1, and you have to go rook on c2 only. And there's knight to e3, and that was blundered.
Okay, you cannot go to c1 to
because
defend
of the bishop is on a3, and your rook is simply stuck. You can't move. If you play rook to d4,
then bishop takes on
c5.
Yeah, that's okay. Well, it was a little tactical miscalculation on Valentina's part that cost her a piece, and after that, this is what we have right now. That bishop to c8. If nothing super exciting happening in this game, I predict that Black will be cruising to pretty simple conversion here, and we definitely should not have a sole leader in the women's section after this round.
Yeah, that's right. Let's get back to the open section and check out if Magnus has already finished the game against Van Foreest, as the things are getting so changing so fast there.
Okay, it looks like there's more and more white pawns that enter in the game, but
he's getting from the other board.
Right. So 3 pawns. Now it's an interesting decision for white. Should he just forget about like pawn on b2 and go d5, give it up the pawn on b2, play king h3 and then push the pawn all the way, or play queen d2, keeping all pawn on board, but allow black to play queen d5 and just block this pawn.
Right. White has extra 3 pawns still, but maybe this is the chances for Van Foreest, as now this pawn on b2 is hanging, and maybe he can find a way to give perpetual check to white's king. So queen d2 has been played from Magnus Carlsen to guard b2 pawn and also to keep this pressure on d file, and Van Foreest played queen to d5 to block. A4 pawn is blocking 2 pawns, and Magnus has another pawn on the king side, and he doesn't care that his king is super open. Like, I have never seen so careless play with one of the side. I would be so scared if I have this king on h2, but he doesn't care, and that's why he is so strong. He knows that that's the chance. That's the chance for him, and he should go for it.
Yeah. Another thing to pay attention to is that when Magnus went 3 pawns up, he had 7 minutes on the clock versus 3 minutes on Jordan's clock. Okay, and now it's the other way around. Magnus had less time. So when he went up, he actually started spending more time. He's really thinks about it, and he just doesn't want his advantage to slip at all. That's why you need the time for a rapid game. Okay, so you can spend it at the moment when you really, really need it.
Yeah, that's right. But think about Queen's end game is that you can play long game, you can play a lot of moves, but in the end, the side who has advantage, most of the cases, converts. So there was a check on h5 and queen to g4. Van Foreest decided not to open up the king side and not to trade the g pawn for h pawn, and instead he goes with queen to g4, hoping for some checks. Queen e4,
E4,
but how about
just
d5
one
here?
check. Just one check. All right, looks like a time to. Well, the picture tells the story. Okay. Jordan knows he's lost. The question is, should he continue or it's enough? Okay, because if queen gets in front of the pawn on d7, then there's nothing to play for. And check on e4, king h2, and probably resigning.
Yeah.
Yep,
Wow,
that's it.
nicely done by Magnus Carlsen. There are few players who can dare to play as he played in this game. Very aggressive, very attacking.
Right. So Magnus,
getting all the pawns actually from the
yeah,
opponent.
and not giving it back. Like I got 3. Okay, not giving back any of those. So Magnus moved on, be a sole leader at the moment, pending the result of Vladimir Fedoseev versus Arjun Erigaisi. Let's go to that game and see where we at here.
Yeah, another small chat after the game. I really wonder what if they actually mentioned at some point about the pawns. Maybe they were talking like, "Why you gave me so much pawns there?" It was
Jordan probably asked, "Did I really have any compensation for it?" And judging by Magnus' reaction, that was like, not really, no.
Not against me.
Okay.
That's right.
So not that much things changed in this game. Fedoseev versus Erigaisi. Black pieces are pretty active here. Same extra pawn for white. The pawn is blocked, cannot go any further. I mean, the drawing chances are pretty big for black right now. The important thing is that the black should not play e5 and try to kick this knight out, because that will, after knight f5, will really open the black king. Okay.
That's right. Here we have also time advantage on the club from Vladimir. He has 1 minute for the second and extra pawn on the queen side. Very comfortable situation, and we can actually easily say that this is risk-free for him. If he loses the pawn on b file, that's still fine. But he wants more for sure, and he plays knight to c6.
Knight to c6. What do you think this move is aiming at? Like, what's the idea? Because clearly, knight c1 is what. Okay.
I was thinking about knight a5 is the move that he might think in to get this knight maybe in the edge of the board, but somehow this knight will not be attacked by the rook, and then the pawn will be free to, the rook will be free to move away. He is getting this knight on e5 instead. That's a very clever idea too. After knight e5 and rook to d7, then f7 pawn will be weak.
Okay, so white is aiming to attack black king, while his 2 other pieces are on the other side of the board. Always a clever idea. Attack the other opponent's king, because this is the game of chess. That's what you're gonna get. That's who you want to get, the opponent's king. Okay.
Knight c3 has been played here by Arjun, and his idea is that if you play rook to d7, then knight e4 is a check, and he can capture the f pawn with the rook to guard f7 on the other hand. there is this thing, king to f7, king to f3, Alex, and this might be something that Arjun is looking for.
Exactly. Rook d7 anyway.
Ooh, on the
Knight e4,
board.
king f3. And what's prepared right now? Knight takes f2. Rook takes f7, king g8. That doesn't look good at all for black. I don't know why Arjun decided that swapping all those pawns and getting his knight out of the play on h3 is such a good idea. Okay. There we go.
Rook to f6 attacks the pawn on e6 and pawn on h6. Arjun has to make now a decision to make sure, first of all, that he's playing fast enough, and then he has to choose which pawn to give up. He gives up e pawn and takes the h pawn instead. So if he managed to trade all the pawns on the king side with black pieces, then he can really afford this endgame and stop the b pawn. However, there is another weakness on h6 square, and maybe white can play knight to f7 right now and attack the h6 square right away. Oh, he goes b4.
Yeah, pawn goes forward. He wants to deflect the rook and possibly...
I couldn't take it? No, it was not under attack, actually.
Yeah.
Now it's under attack, and rook to b6 has been played.
All right. Yeah, it looks lost. The knight is too far. Knight e2. He desperately tries to get him back into the game, but check, king f5. It looks like it made a net.
Wow, white's king, rook and the knight. That's a very, very bad news for the black's king on g8, which stands alone there. Black's knight is very far from all the action, and rook is also cutted by the b pawn and can't even give a check.
All right, well...
this is not good for Arjun.
Not good at all, and that's going to set up the battle of leaders in the next round. Who's going to have white?
Fedosiev is with white pieces. Magnus Carlsen is also with white pieces. Was also white pieces.
And a high-rated person changes the color, so Fedosiev should have white against Carlsen in the next round. That would be first.
I think Carlsen will not be happy with that, because at the interview yesterday he mentioned that he played 3 games with black pieces and only 2 with white pieces. He mentioned about this. All right, is there a checkmate? Rook moves away.
That's correct.
There was a bit pause from Fedosiev.
That's the very nice construction, very nice technique by Fedosiev.
And the resignation.
3 pieces usually checkmate in one. And it's
right.
All right, so let's try.
I was attacking with all my pieces, and you cannot just save your king.
He probably said, okay, I missed this, I missed that. Like, tries to be nice to...
Yeah, of course.
But doesn't seem like Arjun need any consolation. He just like...
It's always good to know what your opponent is thinking during the game, because very often there's always a 2 side, right? And then it comes the engine side also when you analyze the game with the engine. It's like always 3 sides in one game. And also the fact that these players don't have enough time to analyze, go through with the positions, and they don't have phones with them. So it's always good to know actually what was happening and not to repeat maybe the same mistake in the other games. I think this is one of the last games on the platform that we have in the playing venue. This is Norderbeck Absatrov against Jan Krzysztof Duda. This game was a little bit slow. Maybe now they have some updates.
I don't know, like last 20 moves, nothing much changed. They exchanged 1 pair of pawns. The pieces continued to dance around. Same thing, much nicer pawn structure for white. I think he has a nice advantage over there, which might result in a strong attack on the king side.
But I kind of have a feeling that they have different positions. They're playing so fast and we're not really receiving any moves. Let's get the video close up so we can see what is really happening. A little bit closer. Okay, we can't really
Alright.
really get this closer than that,
Okay.
but
Yeah.
seems
You can tell that he's not happy, right? This is 96, bishop f7. Actually, did he miss something? Oh, like
yes, we
Okay.
don't really have. But I see queen is on h5, and on our digital board we're just behind that.
Okay.
So okay, let's.
Maybe it's time to move on to the women. And everything
There is
over.
other game on the stage. Our broadcast team just mentioned Kostyuk game, which is also very important. She plays
There we
against
go. Okay.
Elizabeth Pats.
Is it a draw? G3? It should be a draw, right? Yeah, the
White king
is too far.
Just too far. Yeah, black.
No. Hold on. Rook G2, king F4, king moves. In the end, it's going to be a knight, and it's probably a win for white. Yeah.
King F4, king.
Oh, why did she go to C1? She's supposed to go to. I think she made. I mean, rook C2, not C1.
But then promote.
No, not here. Here, you stop in at the second, and then you get in behind the king. No, it's not. It's not going to change anything. No. Yeah, it looks like.
Well, let's make sure for our viewers to mention that Kostyuk is the one who has black pieces. She has the pawn on G2, and she's trying to save this game. And Pets has a rook. She's with white pieces. Alexandra goes king to e4, centralizing king, shouldering white's king to progress, and also getting closer to f3, f2. Rook to g1 is kind of
definitely
draw
looks
for-
like a draw to me,
And
and
here we
the
have a
draw it
handshake.
is. Yeah. And look at this conversation. So
Yes, Lizzie speaks Russian, so I suppose they have this conversation in Russian.
Oh.
And now we're back into this game. Seems
Okay.
like very tense endgame. I think rook endgame. Oh no!
So
Okay.
Nordebek is up a piece, and he got a pass pawn. That spells a win to me.
That's a horrible
that
news for
spells a win
Duda.
to me.
Whoa, he's so upset. He is just shaking his head. Let's get also digital board on the screen so we can see more closer. He's so nervous. He's so upset. And we have Abdusattorov very focused. He knows that he's winning. And he sees also his opponent's reaction, and that's the extra thing, you know? Your opponent just proves that you're winning.
Yeah.
Look at Duda. He's like,
Resign.
oh,
That's
what to do now?
No, he keep on making moves.
He's
And-
just so disgusted.
All right. So Nordebek has time. He tries to 45 seconds and more. So he needs to find the most effective route for the knight. And let's see if knight goes to b4 or c5. That's which square Nordebek is picking up for the knight to go. I would say b4.
Yeah, we need to later on take a look how Abdusattorov won a piece there. Was it a blunder? Was it a tactic?
Yeah.
We surely need to know, but let's keep first eye on this one because this is not end yet.
Oh, yeah.
Still
Knight goes to
things.
b4. It kicks the rook all the way to a8. And then
A6, knight to6,
knight
A7.
c. That's true. So what's the most effective construction? a6, a7, knight c6, and rook c1, maybe. Yeah, but it's knight c5, okay.
Maybe he
Rook
wants to
A8.
play A6 and then cut the king from D file. King E5, yes, he's going like that. Rook to D1, cutting the king from D file. Knight protects the pawn, blocks the C pawn. Rook cuts the king.
And now the king will join. Right? So
Yeah, you can play rook d7 next move and start to collect the pawns on the 7th rank. You can also get the king in the center.
okay. All right, let's... Rook d7 it is. h5. Now it's an interesting moment. So it looks like white did everything correct, but still needed decisive improvement. And we probably need to get another piece into the game, and that's the king. King will get to e3, and then d3, c4, b5, and probably this is a winning plan. Yeah, while the rook will be stopping black pawns. Still, both players have like a few seconds left on the board. So let's finish this game. Let's see how Nordebek will convert.
Very good chance.
And in the meantime, okay. I wanted to see how he won a piece, but yeah, this is more interesting.
When we finished this, I already found the point when all the drama started. It was actually Jan Krzysztof Duda who started these sacrifices and the tactics. Seems like things went wrong for him, and that's why he was very upset. 14 seconds for him, very, very bad position. This is not enough because a pawn is a game changer here, passed pawn.
That's true. So king e3 and g4, king d3, f4. Those pawns might become like pretty strong. So Nordebek needs. Yeah, that's the only winning plan. He should do this. So g4, right, and knight
goes on
d3,
d3, gives a check.
King e6, and then what?
King e6 and rook c7, and you can take the pawn on a6. Maybe king f6 instead. So
King f6, exactly.
Just not to fall for the fork. And now knight gets back
knight before, knight c5, right?
c5. Is he going to play king e5 to repeat the position, or he will change?
Oh no, he doesn't.
He wants to have a pass pawn to destruct white's pieces.
Why did he do this? And like, it seems like repeating the moves was automatic.
The thing is that after repeating the moves, Abdusattorov will not repeat third time. He will find something else, and he has a chance to push the pawn forward. So he will surely do that. I would repeat it right away.
Yeah.
Myself. But Duda.
But that's why those guys are playing on board 3 in the World Championship here, king f2. So Nordebek keeping the construction on the queen side, so black rook cannot join.
Maybe our viewers would ask, why not rook h7 here to attack the pawn and take this pawn right away?
I think, okay, go ahead. Yes.
Yeah, go ahead. Well, let's see if we think the same way.
All right. I think the black would immediately activate his king and attack the knight on c5 with king e5 and king d4. All right.
Do you also see that Abdusattorov is... oh, no.
Oh, yeah, he realized king d6 will be met by knight a6.
This is not very often happening to see Jan Krzysztof Duda showing so much of the emotions. He must be really upset.
Yeah, he missed the simple thing, and
I don't even want to read what he's saying.
Something in Polish, obviously. You should know that, right?
I can read it. I just don't want to do it. But I'm sure we have a lot of Polish viewers right now. They would agree with me that we don't want to say that.
Okay, well, it doesn't change the... okay, rook h1, the rook b7, the rook comes back, and then knight d7, knight b6. No. Okay. Okay, so Nordebek. That's an interesting moment. You can play knight d7 and knight b8, and you get in a queen, and then you will have to convert queen versus the rook, or you can simply try to...
It's unbelievable how long Black stands in this position. I think I would lose this game like 10 times already in this end game. But still some
Black still making moves, and yeah, there is no simple construction for. Okay, now he repeats moves. Okay,
Right.
like.
He also is running out from the pawn's moves.
Knight d7, so he decides the queen versus rook will be the best course of action. And
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And here we have...
no,
Rookie
not
center
rook
attack.
b7, because now rook to a8, and knight b6, king goes to c6, yeah.
Here, and what is suggestion? Rook a8?
Rook a8, and I was thinking knight b6, king c6, but
Oh wow!
it's
look
not
at
what
that
happened.
position.
He just arrested the rook on b8,
B8.
and now he's gonna calmly collect the pawns.
Abdusattorov is having a really, really good tournament. He won 4 games yesterday, lost against Magnus Carlsen. Obviously, he's not very upset, and he's starting this day really nicely. Duda is not easy opponent for sure. And to have a chance to win, to have an extra piece against him, is indeed very, very good start of a day.
All right, the black king is too far, and now knight c6 followed by rook b8. Yep.
And
is it.
handshake. Abdusattorov won the first game today. Duda is now losing the chances to get the title. And I think for these guys, to get the first place is the most important thing.
That's everything. The second place is the first loser. Okay, and another back.
And he already got silver medal last year, so
Yeah,
he
so
wants to
he's-
win gold. And,
exactly. And Nordebeck pretty much back in the picture, despite losing to Magnus Carlsen, and that win that Magnus Carlsen scored yesterday that actually might prove to be decisive in this race. Okay? In the end,
That's right.
we know that I think it's the third factor after Burgoltz to Burgoltz, the game against each other will be decided the title. So very important win for Magnus, as we know. Okay, what's the standing?
The standing is very, very interesting. Of course, for the next round, we're going to have the pairings, but the standings is something that we have so much draws on the top boards in the open section. And first 3 places were decisive. Magnus Carlsen, Fedosiev, and Abdusattorov won with white pieces. All of them. Then Jan Nepomniachtchi, Nihal Sarin, and rest of the guys, about 10 boards made a draw, which is really good for Carlsen, Fedosiev, and Abdusattorov.
Yes, and then I see the huge upset. The young German player Vincent Kimmer beat Fabiano Caruana, and that would be an interesting game to look at.
Yeah, we're gonna take a look when we have a chance. Now, at the moment, we have this game. This is table 22, where Puranik Abhimanyu from India plays against Surya Ganguly. Ganguly is the person that we wanted to
couldn't remember.
Yeah.
And it's shame on me. I played him like, I don't know, 5 times.
Yeah, I
Just
know
like,
him
oh,
for many years.
Oh.
It's just, apologies for that, but
Yeah,
sometimes
sorry.
happens.
Sorry, yeah. It's like, where is this game? Okay.
This is board 22. I don't know if we have it.
22, we should have it.
We have it.
Yep, there we go. There we are. Looks like a
interesting.
2 maiden attacks on both sides. So
Whose king is the weakest king at this point?
white cannot give black a move. So everything he does should be a check, or white has to resign.
So it means that White's king is in a checkmate. Like g3, king h3, and queen h1 is a checkmate. So White very least has to make a draw here with the checks.
Oh, yes. And would that be possible? That's not given. Okay, so check on b3. King goes to c7. And what's the next check? Queen c2.
Queen c2 is on the board. King d7, very likely.
King d7. No, queen f5 probably.
Queen goes
will
to
do.
c6, gets closer, gives up the knight, and now
Oh, yeah, that's
it's
true.
going to be
This is the
game.
cage, and the black king cannot escape a perpetual. Is he thinking about? No, he cannot try king d8. All right, there's a draw here.
And yeah, there was a draw for her indeed. Was that the last game? We had a very, very nice smile from Ganguly after the game. Probably he was somewhere, had some chances, and yeah. The problem in chess is that it's not only you who plays, there's also the other side.
Exactly.
That's the biggest problem in most of the positions. We see almost empty playing venue right now. All the players are at the rest area where they have snacks, drinks, some nice sofas. They are trying to rest. Is there another game going on? I think
It seems like it, yeah, that not everyone's relaxed and happy. And yeah, I see people sitting at the board.
Our camera is getting very close right now, so we're going to see very soon what is happening in that position. We have to do two things, Alex, now after we see what's going on here. We have to check why Duda was so upset, where he sacrificed the piece, and we have to check the game of Caruana. Oh, so cute!
How old is he? Who is this?
What is this? What is this? Board 75. Board 75 we have here with white pieces. Uzbek player, FIDE master Begmuratov Hamoyan against international master from Kosovo, Sarachi Derim. So look at this. How old is he?
All right.
How old is he? He was born in 2010. It was like yesterday. I remember things that I was doing in 2010.
Is he already 12 or still coming?
Probably because it's the end of the year. So probably he's already 12. FIDE master. Very nice haircut, very nice, smart look, and he's already competing at the World Rapid in Blitz. I think I was 26 years old when I first time competed.
Oh wow! Okay.
World Blitz and Rapid.
The position is completely unclear.
Look at Connery Humpy. She's just staring at the board. This is so, and this is Hakovian.
She's not looking at the board. She's looking at him.
Yeah,
She's like, "Is this for real?"
Yeah.
It's very suspicious.
Yeah.
Oh wow!
Aram Hakovian is also just out there checking out the situation. Look at him, young gentleman. Okay, let's focus on the game. So far, I have not seen what's going on in the game.
I don't see it.
Because
I don't have
I
it.
see this is very, very lovely situation. His opponent is not having a fun time.
Oh,
I
no.
can see. He has... Okay, I think White is having this extra pawns on the... Oh!
No, it was a correct move. Come on, why
What
not?
was that trick? What was that trick? So confusing.
Queen e4 was perfectly fine.
7 seconds? 6 seconds? Oh no!
Queen
goes to where? F2 check
F2.
and Queen G1 goes next. Condori Humpy cannot leave the situation. She
There
wants
we
to
go.
know what's going on. Queen G1 is winning?
No, Queen e4 check and like fun continues. Okay, so yeah, go ahead.
Let's see if it's Queen e4 is only way.
21 second versus 10 second here.
And we also have Chess-Based India. We see here camera out
Okay,
there.
are we gonna have two queens? Oh, come on, two queens. Why you move the queen away from e4? Just queen. I'm like, oh, Queen d3. But look how confident this young guy is.
Yeah, of course. That's what we were talking
has,
about.
Zero hesitation when he
They
makes
are not
his
scared.
moves.
Yeah. They are not scared at all.
Okay, another series of checks, but I think now it's Queen d6 is just perpetual. Yeah,
Let's see.
I think the black king cannot escape anymore.
In fact, his opponent is 2440 player international master. So that's a good achievement indeed. A lot of spectators on the side.
All right,
Black is trying to hide the king.
buy some time, but a few more moves, and I think White can start playing for a win.
He has extra pawn.
Exactly. I mean, go ahead, play a7.
Oh,
Maybe.
a7, h1, and a8.
A8, yeah.
Queens on the board. Yes, please. What he's doing, he's calculating
then you
some
might
stuff.
get checkmate after Queen e1, so better not. Yeah, keep checking. Kept checking, young boy.
Check. He was calculating with the fingers. That's what I was also doing in the pawn end games with the finger. You were trying to get some help.
Is it going to win? Okay.
G5, seconds on the clock. It is important to give a precise checks here, not to allow Black's king to hide. I don't even know where is the square to hide for this king.
Queen e7, yeah. Don't let him in.
King goes where?
Just
King
go.
f4.
Just go somewhere.
And Queen d6 is the same position we already had earlier. Photographers also got some cameras ready. Queen d6.
Yeah, you're gonna play for a win with King f3 and then maybe losing after a7 or.
No. That's too scary. That's too scary.
Okay, now
I think he wants to win.
He wants to win.
White wants to win. Yeah.
Definitely.
He's just waiting a little bit inaccuracy from Black side. Queen d6 now is a 3 times repetition. Is he going for that? He wants to win. I don't want him to risk and lose this game because so far he did a great job. Queen d6. This is 3 times already repetition of the position. But they can.
I wouldn't worry. Yeah, it's like it's not like Black can really. Oh, there.
I offer you a draw.
There
that was
we
the
go. Okay, a7, a7, a7. Come on. Yep. Yep.
What? What? Check. Is this pawn lost now?
No, but the pawn is stopped, so
where the king goes?
He will be queening now.
If you take my pawn on a7,
yeah, but then I check you and queen it. I know.
Oh my god!
I know.
3 queens on the board.
I cannot win. Oh.
I think that was a bit blunder.
That was a blunder. Okay, yeah, that's the only chance.
No.
Keep checking.
The guy with 2 queens, he is more confident right now. He's not sure if it's a draw or winning, but he is way more confident. Oh no.
Go ahead, queen this. That's an interesting.
Yeah, that's a problem, right? You want so much. You are so young, and you want to be a star of a game, but
yep. The simple like queen d5 check instead of a7 would probably force Black to repeat.
Right.
But you know,
still,
surprising thing is it might still be a draw.
Right? Queen d5. Oh no, queen d5 impossible. Queen g5.
Okay.
Lovely queens, a1 and h1, right? Controlling everything.
Oh, he's winning g4 pawn now, so it.
4 seconds, 3, 2. He made a move.
Take it. Good. All right. And keep on checking.
Oh, wow. What a brilliant game. What a brilliant game.
All right.
I'm so happy that we had a chance to capture this because we are basically very much focused on the top boards for obvious reasons. But look at this. We just witnessed very interesting situation. So black is trying to maybe get closer to a7 pawn and just capture it by the king, then try to cover king with queens. So check. King c7 maybe.
So king should get closer to the pawn.
Yeah, maybe king c7, king b7, king a7. What a look.
C7, queen f4. Oh, he's not letting king closer.
Look at his there. Oh no.
Now he knows.
That's not a chess game anymore. It's a staring competition.
Okay, is there like a...
Well, where to check now? 15 seconds to decide that.
No, hey. Oh, there's no checks.
Queen.
There's
queen
no
f6.
checks.
Oh.
There is no checks. Queen of...
Oh no.
Oh, queen f6, you're right. Queen f6 and then queen and take on h1. Yeah, you found
What?
it.
Oh, look at this!
No! 2 pawns up!
Hey, look at this!
Oh,
He's winning!
wow.
He's winning!
Wow.
The opponent is so upset. The arbiters are laughing. It's a so funny situation.
Look
there.
at this. Look at this face. Okay.
Oh, we need
All
to
right.
remember
Don't
this guy.
be mean to your opponent. Come on, you tricked him now.
He's
Don't look
not
at him.
watching at the board. Oh my God.
Okay.
Oh my God. This is so
Look-
personal
Hey,
already.
start looking at the board. Young man. Okay.
That's actually so hard. It's not illegal thing. You can do it actually.
I don't know. It's not nice. Okay. If my student would do this, I will just...
No.
do-
Okay.
I think it's just a draw now. Right?
Yeah, I think so. But did you notice that he could not promote the pawn unless he stood up? Actually, he could not reach the board on the 8th rank. That was lovely situation. Checking a2, queen d2. Yeah, that's a draw. But for a moment, I think everyone
queen
thought
d4
that.
is also a draw. I mean, queen c3 was probably better, but draw.
Okay. Wow, what ups and
look.
downs in this game.
No, but I think that deadly stare that he gave to his opponent cost him half a point.
Yeah.
She should have instead concentrated in the game.
Yeah.
2 pawns up, just to find the right way to get out of the...
Yeah, that is true. So, this seems to be a draw in a few minutes. But we had such a joy to witness this game.
It's
indeed.
amazing. We should see more of this boy.
Yeah. We
Definitely.
We have to. What a brilliant.
All right, we should
brilliant
assign the camera to this board on a constant basis.
Follow the local star.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's an unfortunate that he missed this chance. You know what? I think that's the work of the coach actually to tell young guys, young players, and
There
draw
we go.
for.
Great achievement here.
Whoa, what a
it's
lovely
hard to
game.
let this boy go. You know, it's everyone's favorite right now. But we
look at
do
that.
have, did you
Someone
see
did
that
it.
tap? Yeah. We do have a special guest in our studio that will share some insights from the game of his choice, the Grandmaster Pavel Tregubov, who's also a chairman of an appeal committee here and the championship.
This event.
All right.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Keti. Hello, Alex.
Hello,
how
hello.
are you doing?
We're doing great. I'm so happy to see a game from the women's tournament because we don't have much of the opportunity to check
and
out.
Darrell been here yesterday, showed one game from open session,
Yes.
right? So let's alternate. And I pick for you the game of the local player. Let's be nice to the local player. They deserve it. And one of the best Kazakh player, Jansay Abdulmik, the winner of the last year Gibraltar Grand Prix stage. Let me remind you. Jansay played in the 5th round against Anna Zatonsky, representing USA, and managed to have a very nice game. E4, e6, d4, d5, knight c3, d takes e4. Not the mainstream nowadays, but quite a solid line. Okay, I just can remind you that the most popular moves nowadays are bishop b4 or knight f6. Okay, but d takes e4 is quite common move as well. Knight takes e4, knight e7. It's still long theory here. I'm not quite a big expert in this particular line, but it seems to be okay for black so far. Still, white is obviously a little bit better, thanks to better position of their pieces, more active setup, and but okay, it's just depends on how much white will manage to develop her advantage. Black has no real counterplay in this kind of position. Her own idea is to exchange as much material as possible. And that's why knight d5 played quite naturally is quite a natural move, trying to exchange dark square bishops and also placing the knight on the central square. Queen e4, and queen comes to the king side. Knight f8 defending h6, queen h4, nothing special so far. Oops, a little technical problem. I hope I will get back this.
On the top.
On the top, yeah?
Yeah, just click.
Yeah. No, this one. On the top, on the very top, yeah?
No.
I think we should pick it.
What was the game?
Okay.
Oh, Shabalov.
Zatowski.
Go up.
I think it's a new pairing, yeah?
Yeah, no,
for
just
the
go up.
upcoming round.
The game should be down there.
Yeah,
Oh,
should
no.
be here.
No, it's not.
All
right.
I'm sorry.
So, some technical difficulties here. We got new pairings, and
And we cannot see the previous one.
we'll
Unfortunately,
probably
so-
see you after this round. Okay.
It was so magical disappearance.
Yeah, and we can start from the middle of where you stop that.
Okay,
right?
let's do this way. Okay.
Just
But who was the winner in that game?
Jasaya won.
Jasaya
Quite a
won.
nice way, so we'll
Okay,
see.
we're gonna see that for
So
sure.
now we know it. It's only time that we're allowed to do that before the new pairings comes up. Okay.
That's right. Let's take actually the.
Okay, I will be back then.
Yeah.
See you a
We'll
bit later.
see Pavel for the part 2 after this round, and let's go on. Yeah.
I think Pavel liked our studio, and it was a magic to come back here again. We're gonna see now the pairings. Let's check out what is happening and take a look. Actually, who gonna be with white pieces? We are predicting that Fedoseev will take
yeah,
white
because the
pieces.
high-rated players should change the color. That's the
Yes.
standard rule. But is that true?
Is that true? That's a good question.
Okay.
We're gonna see that very soon. For some reason, I don't see that here. We have pairings in the women section, and we have three players with 4.5 point: Tanjongi, Alina Danilian, and Leia Garifulina.
Leia Garifulina is a completely new name for me. Do you know anything about her?
Yes. She's a very talented young player, and she is quite young. Player, very sharp opponent. I remember her winning a lot of well-known grandmasters back in 2018, and she was extremely fast. She's international master.
Okay.
So it means that her level of chess is very least 2400. So I'm not surprised to see her at this point here. Current rating in Rapid is 2300, but international master, it means that she has this title. Tanjongi and Alina Danilian. Tanjongi is having a great form, for sure. That's what we see so far in this month. She is winning whatever is on.
There we go.
there we go.
That's just girls, and we already discussed the board 1. Board 2, Abdulmalik Jansayev on against. Oh, we just spoke about it. Okay.
Yes.
Nino Tsatsalashvili versus Alexander Garechkin, two of, I would say, favorites, right? And Bela Katanashvili versus Valentina Gunina, who did not go away despite the loss in this round.
That's
and
right.
Final participant was a 4-point Daria Voigt against Kanara Humpu. That's going to be an interesting setup because Humpy has she's a half-point behind. She will be playing for a win. She will be present in this game, and for Daria, it will be great to just hold and stay among the leaders here.
That's right. Out of all these 15 boards, we can see 3 local players. Jansa Abdulmalik, who's highest rated player in the country. She is now on the second board. She had not a great start. She lost first game and the first day. Then we have Kamalizanova, a very young and talented player, already member of the national team. And then we have Sadukasova Dinara, who is playing against Lilith Mikrodichian with 3 points and still very good chances to get to the top boards and top prices. Let's once again remind our viewers what is the total prize fund in the Rapid in women. The total prize fund is $150,000, which means that there are plenty of the prizes in more precise. To be more precise, top 15 players gonna get the prizes. The winner will get the most. It is $40,000, and the second place will get $30,000. And this is not the end. After 2 days, we're gonna have blitz competition, and that's totally the other story. We're gonna have way different scenario. I believe some of the players who are playing now on the lower board will come to the top boards.
All right, and it seems like some technical difficulties with men's draw. So I guess we'll continue to discuss what we're going to see in this round in the women's section.
Yeah. I can suggest the game of Duda and Abdusattorov where the blunder has happened.
Okay.
So there was move 42, if I'm not mistaken. There was 45.
45. There we go. After move Queen C5. So the maneuvering stopped right here, and another back changed everything with this next his move E5. So tries to open up the position to find a good moment. I'm a little bit surprised why Jan Christoph let it go for why in the world instead of he could easily prevent this from happening, and instead he sort of provoked with this move Queen E5, provoked white to go Knight C4 and E5.
This is the answer. Next move is the answer why he provoked this. He saw a tactic which is not so inaccurate, in fact. So now the key point is that if you take on C2,
all right,
I'll take the bishop D3. Or I will go with B5 first. This was his idea, actually.
B5 first.
Yeah, B5 first. Yeah.
And if I'll go Knight to E3.
Maybe now we can take on D3. Take.
Rook F2. I think we're going to get something similar to what happened in the game.
Yeah.
Actually, isn't it exactly the same? No,
it looks very similar. Yeah, that's very interesting, actually. What was his... Knight F2 is not the accurate one, but it's not the losing one. The other move that he played is losing indeed. So B5 has been played. Bishop D3 was more accurate move. E6, intermediate move. And here he moved Rook to E7. And instead of Rook to E7, Duda still could take the pawn on D3.
With the bishop?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, and let's say queen moves to f2.
And now rook to d4. This is the engine
Oh,
move. This
there
is
we
the
go.
engine move. Yeah.
It's a great one. Pawn on h4 is hanging. Even if we escape with a knight on a5, like let's say taking on a5, there's going to be a lot of... no, probably just taking on
Take
d1.
on f1, yeah.
Knight takes f1. And just takes... No, then knight b7, right? Still doesn't look like a black completely out of trouble here, but it's definitely was better than the
choice,
game.
yeah.
Than the game.
And then after e6, rook e7, knight e4 has been played here by white. Move 48.
Mm-hmm. Move 48.
And another chance here for Jan-Krzysztof Duda was bishop takes knight on e4 first. That he was still standing on his foot after this move, and when white recaptures back the bishop, then to take the pawn, knight on c4.
Knight, and I'll probably take this way, so that opens on a king. King can go back to g8, and even though, well, it looks very defendable to me.
Yeah, and you don't lose the piece. The game happened that after knight e4, this is move 48. Black played queen to h5, which is very tempting move to go this for sure and to capture the pawn on h4. But white simply takes the pawn on a5 in this extra piece.
Yeah, keeping all his threats. Knight takes c6, and that looks like Jan-Krzysztof went a little bit over ambitious in this game. Okay, and the punishment from Nodebek was real swift, and like, what else do you expect from a champion, right? So.
Yeah, that's right. Another game which we were thinking to consider or analyze was Vincent Kmor and Fabiano Caruana. Maybe we can take a look at that one. This was happening on a lower board, actually, not on the top 5 boards, board 12.
Okay, so Vincent Kmor, the player from Germany, all I know about him that, well, despite his obvious many tournament victories, that Peter Lecko was his coach for a long time.
Yeah, very talented German player, which was sensational. I remember a couple of years ago he was winning lots of tournaments and getting his title. So today he's not stranger for chess world, and he has a lot of supporters and fans.
Is he aboard one for a German Olympic team, or it's Matthias Bluebaum?
I think, yeah.
Okay. Bishop d3. So I think it was a Nimzo that became Queen's Gambit accepted, or Slav, like really a hybrid that is a typical situation in the modern theory, modern chess games. And 95, an interesting move that...
Alex, the pairings is out, and just want to let you know, and our viewers, Fedoseev is with white pieces, so we were right with that. Magnus Carlsen is with black pieces, and then we have Abdusattorov Nodebek only with 5 points. He's the only player who now is clear third place.
All right, that's a pretty unusual situation after only 6 rounds.
Yeah, actually, let's take a look now at the pairings, because we have here something different picture than from yesterday's pairings. So let's have it on the board. And my point is that Hans Neumann, who is very, very popular person nowadays in the internet world and the chess world, he somehow claimed on the top boards, and he got on the 9th board playing against Richard Rapport with black pieces. We're gonna take a look at that at some point for sure, but
there we should tell a story how Hans Neumann actually played in St. Louis in the first place in that tournament that became the legend right now. That was because Richard, it's not like he declined to go to the United States, but in a way he did by not taking a shot against the COVID shot, okay, which is required to and for any foreigners who wants to enter the United States. And like Novak Djokovic in the tennis world, Richard Rapport said, "Okay, well, yeah, I'll do without it, please." Okay, so St. Louis Chess Club had to replace him with someone, and that would be Jeffrey Chong. That was supposed to be the first one on the list. They wanted Jeffrey Chong to play on the main event, and Hans Niemann to play. Was it Rapid or Blitz? Rapid. Okay.
Right.
But the problem was that because the replacement was made like a week before the tournament itself, Hans Niemann was on the schedule to play for his Turkish team in the Turkish league.
Right.
And in those European leagues, you cannot just say in the last moment,
yes.
"Okay, I'm not playing."
I
on
know
something.
that. I was playing 8 years in Turkish league, and we had contract. And when you have contract, and when you play in the team, it's a team competition. It's just you cannot just say no to them. And at the last second, they cannot. They have regulations. They cannot find new player. They have no player. They have to get someone from reserved local players or someone else, which is not something that they calculate. I also had such a situation when I had national exams in Georgia. I could not skip my national exams. I really couldn't. I had 4 exams, and my team. I have really best memories with my team. That's why I played 8 years, obviously, in that one. I was very little when I went in the club, and then in the end, I was already about to study at my university, and they were like really asking me all the possible ways to somehow reschedule the national exams. But how is that possible?
Yes.
It's not about only the fact that you have the agreement, but they cannot get anyone else. That's a huge problem.
Yeah, the game in the Turkish league is the most important thing you can imagine in this world. So, and so what happened? Hans Niemann said, "Guys, look, I mean, I'd love to play in St. Louis, but I really cannot reschedule this game. Can you please switch me with Jeffrey Chong because I will be fine for a classical tournament." And the nice guy Jeffrey Chong is, he said, "Yeah, sure, yeah."
Oh wow!
I mean,
Jeffrey is
an
amazing person,
and that's how we had what we have right now in the chess world.
It all started by Richard.
It all started by Richard. So let's see. In a way, Hans has to be grateful for Richard for his decision here, and let's see if it will be a result in this game. Okay.
if that's an issue. We did not mention about the second pairings. Jan Nepomniachtchi will play against Nodirbek Abdusattorov, and Shahriar is playing on the third board. I love to see Shahriar's games because he likes to play G4, G5. Everybody likes to watch that. Let's sneak inside the playing venue and check out what is happening. Are the players getting ready for the next round in open section? Alex, this is round 7. In women's section, it is now gonna be 6th round. I see Salem is walking in the playing venue, Grandmaster from UAE. From this angle, I cannot recognize anyone else.
Here's Valentina on the forefront. Yeah, and Sinan Sigurov sitting at the table, just touching all his pieces before we go.
Yeah,
well, he allowed it to do this without saying anything. All right. And
Valentina has no idea that we're checking her out on the camera. When you are in the playing venue, you absolutely don't see cameras. Nihal Tsarin, great chess player and personality.
Fedoseev in a great mood. Yeah, well,
so good to see
you're
this
not playing
camera.
a world champion and every day here, so
That's right.
He's gonna enjoy it. White pieces don't hurt. Okay.
That's right. And we also have Adiban with black pieces. Don't give this guy to white pieces. He's gonna go with b3. That's what he's known for. This is Laya. That's Alex. You said that you have
Garifulina.
not heard.
Okay.
With black
Now again, I
pieces.
can't connect the name to face. All right.
Right. This is going to be very interesting. Two young players, a very sharp style, both of them, very attacking. They know each other for sure quite well and has played already several games. Jansa is getting ready. She just got glasses out of the bag, getting very serious, and we have Laya on the screen.
There we go.
Looking
She's
very
looks
good.
beautiful.
Yeah.
Looks
Yeah.
beautiful. All right. So is she reading signals from like maybe his coach or something? Like you're allowed to do this before the game, right?
Some boards on the he's playing on the platform, so it's a little bit up. Rest of the boards now we see rest of the boards here. Nino Tsatsalashvili is looking in the eyes of Alexandra Gerchkina. Good luck, Nino, with that, because Alexandra is well-known player that she has this killing, staring look at her opponents.
Just like we're gonna win a staring battle here.
Nino in a scarf, I think she feels more comfortable, because I told you, Alex, that it's a bit chilly in the playing venue, even though that there are like a lot of people still.
There we go.
I think it's a personal thing. Like, she knows that Alexandra stares, and she's like,
she
"Okay,
stares at
I'm
her,
ready."
And I'm staring right back. You know, you're not gonna.
But the thing is that Alexandra stares when she's winning.
Oh, okay. Here's Timur. Oh, by the way, I mean,
Look at the guy.
when I went skiing today, just outside of Almaty, guess who was visiting us on a slope?
Him.
Timur, yeah, okay. All people. Who else, right? You have to play. You have to play the World Championship in the afternoon. So where do you go in the morning?
Skiing.
Yeah, skiing. And it's beautiful, absolutely beautiful skiing resort here in Almaty. That very well known, the world known. It's called Shabalov.
Okay.
Chambalak. I probably mispronounced it, but it's great. And next to Medeo, which is a skating rink with again.
Right. Unfortunately, I skipped that because I was feeling a little bit sick yesterday. Today I'm fine, and it's really cold for me, Alex, here. But to those players who are playing in the tournament, not everyone feels that it's really cold here.
All right, so. Okay, staring battle is over. And who are these people?
This is Giga Hoparadze with black pieces here. This is Georgian player who
we're back to
very, very...
Alexandra and Nino here. Okay. There we go.
We have this. Okay.
Yeah, we already know we cannot get Alexandra's face because that's the only.
No, she only stares when she's winning. So the moment she starts to win, we can already have. It's like an engine bar for us.
Okay, so is it Karakan? What was it? No, it's the London. Okay, here we go. E3 92. Here we go. That's another angle. And okay. Yeah.
Still the theory, I believe, and they probably gonna play something very solid, not some crazy sacrifices, because both of the players are having this style. Dino is the one who likes to maneuver in there and here, and Alexandra is also very well known for that. I don't believe that we're gonna see fireworks in this game.
No,
at this point.
Absolutely not. So, can we get back to top boards on an open section?
Vladimir Fedosiev against Magnus Carlsen gonna be our main focus now, as this game is the most important. The winner of the game will take a sole leading at the competition.
Okay. Well, the board 2 is also looks very appealing. The Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Nodirbek Abdusatorov. And board 3, another treat. That's the probably number 1 Russian junior right now, Volodar Murzin, who made it to board 3 in the round 7, plays Shak Mamedyarov. I mean, I can go down like a board 10 and every single game will be a treat for...
Yeah, that's...
Okay.
That's the beauty of this tournament. You can
we
take
got
a look at
Murzin versus Shak on top board, and this is already a strange bishop b4. I don't see that too much, the bishop b4. I don't even know that this move exists. And after d5, knight goes to e7. That doesn't seem like a very smart decision for white. Knight takes e5.
Is accepting the pawn. That's very interesting decision here. Black can take e4 pawn back, either right away, knight d4, because knight on c3 is pinned, or first to take the knight on c3 and then knight to e4. Let's see what is Shak's choice here. He can also play d6 first to kick this knight out and back, and then to play knight d4 in that way.
Okay. Both knight takes e4 and d6 have some problems. I think knight takes e4 is queen g4. And d6 is bishop b5. So my prediction is just a castle short here for Shak. Also very much in the Shak style. He wants the wild game and he's ready to sack the material. We already seen in one of his early games, like he sacrificed a whole piece. So I would say a castle short, and he tries to remember. He knows that knight takes e5 is not a top computer move, but he probably forgot to check why. Okay, and this is what I'm reading from his body language right now, is that, and it happens all the time. You know that the move is not top 3 of the computer choice, but you not necessarily know why.
Yeah, that's true. Also, the thing is that there are so many possibilities, so many ways the game and the opening can go, and you definitely cannot repeat all of it. And also, this is not the first round, this is the second round, so they didn't know that they will meet each other and they will play against each other. So Shak is taking a very deep thought here. He is trying to concentrate very much, closing eyes, hands on the head. Let's see what is his decision. So you suggest castle here?
Just because I see problem with both d6 and knight takes e4. I don't think there is anything else.
Bishop c3 and the castle for moves.
Yep. I don't know. The castle looks like very logical to me, but maybe simple f3 then. Is that a problem? Or bishop d3?
I would combine all these moves together, Alex. Starting with bishop c3 check.
Okay.
You have to take it.
Yes.
d6.
All right.
Knight has to move. Knight e4. Knight is attacking c3 pawn. Of course, you can sacrifice this and then start to be very aggressive with queen d4 and so on. And then castle is the last one. So we combine all the candidates' moves together.
What if after d6 I'll go bishop b5 check first?
Oh, that's very unpleasant indeed. That's very, very unpleasant. And c6, d takes c6, b takes c6, and knight c6 probably wins there. Yeah.
Okay, well, Shak in a kind of a strange situation here. I mean, I don't know. If I would not know exactly what to do here for black, I would play like a castle like 3 minutes ago. Okay. Good or bad, because two other choices are just not acceptable. Okay, well, while Shak here in the deep reflecting, on his life, most likely, than rather than in the position, because there's not too many choices. Let's move on and see what's going on the top board.
Yeah, let's take a look at the first and second boards. Very interesting openings, especially on the second board we have. But first thing first, Fedosiev and Magnus Carlsen on the first board. Who is standing better here?
Looks like White has a nice control over the center. What was the opening? It was Bishop B4 check on Knight BD2. Knight BD2 line against Bishop B4 check, castle, and okay, I'm jumping around on the board. So A3, Bishop E7, E4. Oh, this is a very sharp line. Yeah, if Black plays D5, E5, and then Bishop D3, followed by C5 and H4, this could be like an unbelievable mess that Magnus obviously doesn't want to. And so he chose a slightly passive, but probably just as poisonous move D6, and after Bishop D3, E5, keeping the position closed, but a little passive. So we'll see how it goes from here. Bishop E3 looks nice for White at the moment, but we already know it's a Magnus. And Pion played Hippo in this tournament against Vitigov and scored a nice victory with Black. So a lack of space is not something that you can scare Magnus with.
Right. This is a chess player that many of the chess fans, chess players are considering to be the best chess player ever. And it seems actually a very big honor to see how he's playing. I was thinking it would be great to see, for instance, how Fischer was playing and to observe all this situation. And myself, personally, I have this luxury, and many of our viewers, to see how Magnus is doing his thing and why he's so good.
Yeah, to me, the coolest thing is like when I observe Magnus is to see where exactly he takes a pause and start thinking. Because again, I was like very, very much impressed by this double analysis of like Magnus' play, and to me, he pinpointed the strongest kind of feature of what Magnus is doing right. He's really not taking his time in non-critical situation. He just plays the first move that comes to his mind, and when it comes, when it's a serious moment where the game is on the line, well, then you see Magnus is thinking. Okay, it's just for example, right now, like Rook B1. So you might think, what's there to you go A5 or you go C5. He goes C5. Okay.
Yeah, that's actually very interesting how he's managing his time and also the filtering the candidate moves and the plans and everything. And I have noticed that.
Did you see that look?
What?
Just like C5, and he was just, are you sure?
Excuse me?
No, Vladimir just looked at Magnus as if he blundered at least a piece. Okay, just is it blundered anything?
It can be something. I was thinking something connected E5 and then Rook on
but
A8, like Queen D3, Queen D5, stuff like this.
Just before? Okay, that's why.
Yeah, before.
Okay. All right. It's going to be an interesting battle. I think White is doing quite well up to this point. Can we move on to the next board?
The second board is also very interesting. Jan Nepomniachtchi against Norderberg Abdusattorov has traded so many pieces in the opening. And I think they are already in the end game now. So let's catch up with them.
Okay. Oh, there's a deep end game. on a board 2. Here is Jan enjoying 2 bishops, and Nordebek is pretty confident as well that his pieces are very active. He enjoyed like a really, really good pawn structure, and supposed to be a good compensation. White pieces is still a little bit awkward, and he needs few more moves to complete development. And
yeah. Alex, it was very interesting because this white king on b2, it was not castled. It came from all the way d2, c3,
yeah, let's
d2,
check it out,
so
how
it
it ended up there in the first place. So c5, e6. Okay, 4 knights Sicilian. Okay, probably the line that Nordebek prepared for this tournament. And bishop to b4. a3, takes, d5. And bishop d3. And usually white takes on d5, castle short. But after d5, yeah, takes on d5. Plays bishop d3, tries to castle short. Bishop d3 is typical move in Jan style, but looks like Nordebek was totally prepared. It went to the end game. Quick castle and long, and here comes the king maneuver. So Jan spent like 4 moves to get the king on b2. Black can go bishop c6 and eliminate 2 bishops advantage. So
yeah,
well,
maybe that's what Black should do now.
oh, that's what he tried to do, but Jan said no. Bishop d3. Okay. And well, this position, I'd start liking it much more for white. Okay, it was pawn on a5. Was that really necessary? On like but otherwise white's gonna get like all the space he needs on the queen side, right? It was b4 and b5. Maybe it's okay. Slight advantage for white up to this point. On this game, Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Nordebek Abdusattorov, a defending champion, doing well so far. The only loss came to Magnus Carlsen. Okay.
Yeah, that's right. There is very interesting matchup between Arjun Ergiasi and Anish Giri. Let's very quickly take a look before we come back on the top boards and check out this situation, who is doing well in this game.
Okay. Well,
2 bishops versus 2 bishops.
Yeah, that,
2 rooks versus 2 rooks.
Position doesn't look super exciting. However, black already forced to defend in a tactical way. The last move was rook a to d8, and white took the pawn on a7. And the question is, who's gonna win in this shootout? Because yeah, black can take on d1, take on c3 probably, but it's gonna look b7 pawn. Bishop on h3 is out of play. I think Anish is in trouble here in this game. And also, again, you can tell by the body language the Arjun is looking in just looking up. Who's there? Okay, you've
Not
been on
bad.
the plane hall. What do you see if you're looking up?
On the up there, it's a stage, right? There is screens or just the banners like what we have here. So he's not looking at that. He's calculating moves for sure. He's just not thinking about those
All
things.
right. And Anish, it's hard to read Anish. Yeah, I mean. Maybe not his happiest face, but also like a...
Oh, I had a bit of accident today.
Oh, yeah?
Well, I know him. I know him because his wife and I used to be very, very strong friends, close friends when we were kids, and obviously I know him quite well. And today I saw him at the lunch time, breakfast time. And he was sitting, I went there, I said hi, just chat a little bit. So we both gonna spend some time in Georgia, so we were talking about this. And then I went to take food for sure, and I came back and he was missing from the table. And I was like, oh, there is Anish sitting here, so I'll sit here. And just, of course, I don't want to disturb players before the game. And I put my plate on the table, and he came and he sat at the same table, and I was like, oops, I'll just go. I'll just switch the plates because this obviously they need concentration. They don't need much of the chit chat before the game, and it was a bit. Funny situation. He laughed a lot, and
Yep. Every time I've seen Anish here at the tournament, it's just Anish and his phone. Yeah, just like total concentration, total immersion in some things. All right. So what happens here? Rook to d8 and bishop to d4. So at the moment, it's a clear pawn up for white. And another pawn is hanging, so... And bishop on h3 is still out of play. Unless there is some immediate shot right now, maybe take on d4 and e5 or something like this.
Yeah, but the problem for all the plans on d-file is that the rook is not... it's protected, so it's gonna take a little bit more effort from black to get something out of this.
Right, the line that I suggested loses another pawn, so down 2 would be too much. Okay. Even though we know that only down 3 is decisive.
Yes, that's true. That's true. Alex, can we take a look of the Hans Neumann and Richard Draper?
Finally,
we talking
okay,
about that.
Something that I know a lot of people were waiting for in the Hans game on the top table. So he moved here only in the day 2. The day 1 was not something he should be like something to write home about. It's like not his best day, but couple strong games. And here we go, board 9 against Richard Rapport. Looks like a long theoretical line. What was it?
d4 was the last move here. Yeah.
Okay. The bishop before we saw Richard played it before, so Hans was totally prepared. And looks like a nice Vienna variation, but black has 2 bishops. Bishop f5, c6, f5. So interesting decisions. Like black probably should not have any problems. The light square bishop is extremely strong. There we go. Takes. Queen a2, queen c4. Black queen is more active. And what is this d4?
Yeah, that was there was a question actually which came to my head. Is he opening up the spot for the bishop f8, bishop d5? Is he distracting bishop and the pawn on c3?
First question first. What's wrong with h4? Why d4? Like, what's wrong with just simple?
Yeah, that's indeed...
Probably, no. Oh, probably that's...
so d4 maybe opens up the queen.
e7, check, and bishop here. Takes. Check. And g3, okay.
Queen d2.
Queen d2 still doesn't look very pretty for white, right?
Yeah.
But maybe it's not winning, even though I don't see white's next move. But d4 maybe just wins on the spot. So that prevents e6. That was Hans' idea.
Yeah, amazing.
But didn't he miss this little counter?
And what happens after
Right.
queen takes b3, threatening some checks?
Now
on the
knight
button?
gets the square on f1.
Okay.
Would that be enough?
Queen
Isn't
d1?
oh? I probably go to e2 and g1. Okay, that's oops, sorry. Queen is dropping my queen on like so probably e2 is better, and then after check, knight goes to g1. But even this position again doesn't look like super pretty. Very dangerous. So Hans usually is little in those positions.
Oh,
and
interesting move what he just played. He didn't take on a b3,
and he played queen f7. Okay.
taking the control under on f1 square, so you can play knight f1. You can play knight e2 still.
Knight e2, but then g2
Check.
will be hard to protect, right?
Yeah, check, knight g1 and bishop e4.
Bishop e4, that forces queen to come back to a2, and h3 would finish the game. Uh-oh. That's not a thank you would expect, from Hans. Okay, like, and look at Hans, the cool, he knows the game is over. Okay,
Yeah.
well,
Indeed. D4 was
okay,
very
well,
nice. Probably he's.
what can you say?
Is he thinking what to order for it? Do we have overdrives here?
Yeah, it's no, there's nothing to add. Like I completely agree with Hans. He is the game speaks for itself. There's
as he would like to say.
yeah, all the moves are clear and clean, and e6 is necessary, right? And yeah, Hans already calculated the finish. So e6.
And it's interesting that it's Richard who has more time. 9 minutes, still on the clock, and very tough position to defend.
Yeah, queen takes b7 happened, so queen e1, bishop g1, it's down a piece, hopeless position.
Can he
And
just take the knight?
no, the checkmate on
G7,
g7,
checkmate.
so check
So
first.
tricky.
Check on e1, e1 first, and
Yeah.
Richard is a toast in this game. Now it's interesting, is bishop e4 or... Oh no, we can simply take on h2, right?
Queen h4
checkmate. What is he waiting for? Yeah, there's
handshake.
nothing to wait
Wow.
for. That was
What a
brutal. That was
upset
brutal. Okay,
for
it was,
Richard.
Okay.
And good game by Hans.
And it's a
What
good
beautiful
game. There's
tactic.
nothing you can say. It's just like, I would say... but, okay, look at this maneuver by Richard. What did he do? Like, how in the world, like in the normal position, queen ended up on a8, away from
Walked
from the
around
action.
around the
this
board.
one is probably slightly worse because black's bishop is better. But really, to lose it in 2 moves?
Yeah, that was indeed not the best
cannot
decision.
blame Hans
Yeah.
for it. Okay, just
No.
All right.
Let's get back to the Magnus and Fedosiev game and check out what is happening. Do we have any
There we go.
position that we can predict something out of this game?
All right. Well, position is pretty much equalized. Technically, d6 is a weakness, but only one weakness. Everything else is more or less equal. I guess Fedosiev took this game, tried to play it extremely safe. He doesn't have to burn bridges and like nice tournament situation. And Magnus desperately tries to, like, I don't know, to complicate the things, but it's not going to be easy. Okay, he's against a very alert and motivated opponent right now. So, well, what's the time situation, by the way? Forward. Okay, that might be a little problem.
Yeah,
If-
maybe he's pressing because of the time. It's like almost double time for Magnus Carlsen, 8 minutes, and Fedosiev now is down to 3 minutes and 50 seconds. So he goes queen to e8. Goes to play bishop to b5. Oh no, he could do it earlier. Like he wants to take the pawn on e4, probably.
Rook to b1. Is that correct? d1. Okay, well, that's an invitation to invite to exchange a few things, isn't it?
Yeah, if you take my e4 pawn, I'll take your d6 pawn, and then we're going to have 3 pawns on the one side. I think Magnus will
yes.
try something else.
No, let's see. If rook a2 is interesting, if you want to push.
Is not e5 after that? e5, bishop h7?
Oh my, okay, it is. Unless you get bishop e4. e5, bishop e4, take on g7, take on c2, take on h5. That might be unpleasant, yeah. Exactly, okay. Wow. So...
Bishop e5, f4 kind of thing. He will take more time. He has a lot of time here, and if 1 or 2 moves are just blundering some of his pieces, I think he's just fine to go with draw.
what's the draw? Okay, one? If I want to.
Okay, one, yeah, looks good.
Oh, but... Right, h5 is hanging, but e4 is also hanging.
Yeah. Can he also take the pawn on e4?
Right now?
Yeah. And if you play bishop b6 to attack rook and the bishop at the same time, then rook e5 is something I can play. Rook.
Definitely. Rook a2. No,
don't do that. Don't do that. No.
I noticed.
Look at this. He saw it. He saw it.
Wow. Okay. No, he didn't do this.
Our
put the
digital
rook
board
back.
is
Yeah,
just
put
confused.
the rook back. It just okay.
If he does see, look at his face.
But the rook has to move, right?
Rook has to move. Look at his face. You know his feelings. Suddenly you feel very hot in your body, right? It's like
again, remember when we were talking about this Fideshev gesture against Amin? Who was it against? This Iranian guy?
Tabatabai, yeah.
Tabatabai. So rook a2, and he had to go like, there we go. Okay, yeah, they both know what happened, and let's see how Magnus will react. Probably...
He had a rook in his hand in the air for several seconds, actually.
Rook moves, but if not rook a2, where the rook can go?
Maybe rook a1 that you suggested.
Rook a1 and hope for the best, right? Because...
hope for the best, but... this h5
yeah,
pawn.
I don't see immediate winner for white after this, but like takes. So maybe there is none. There we go. How are the electronic board will react to this, by the way?
No.
It has no problem with it at all, yeah. With a touch move. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Rook goes to 8. Okay. So this is the invitation for a draw, and let's see if sorry.
Bless you.
And let's see if Fideshev will take it. Wow, that was close call.
Very
Right?
close.
Rook a2.
Yeah.
He really wanted to do this, and
But Fideshev couldn't even hide it. He turned his head aside not to show too much of the happiness, you know?
yes.
And then how much disappointed he was when Magnus took the rook and he was just holding it in the hand.
Yeah, well, if we could have this video repetition and like in
football,
hockey, and for football, that did Fideshev really reveal something when Magnus tried to put the rook on a2?
Oh yeah, I saw his smile.
Oh really?
And, yeah, first he looked on the side, not showing at all his face, and then he turned back and he was definitely smiling with that. I think Magnus, if we have some like rules like football, Magnus would get a yellow card for this holding rook in the air. Okay, what happened? Queen h5 takes.
Maybe pawn up for white after rook takes d6, but I guess it's easily defendable endgame. After rook a1, rook d1 takes. However, it's going to be extra pawn for white, and probably Fideshev will enjoy it for a while. But Looks like we're looking out for
That's
a
right.
draw in this game. Wow, that was really close.
Close call, indeed. What is happening in Nepomniachtchi and Abdusattorov game? I think that we're going to have some decisive result in that game as well. But should we keep the eye on this one? Because I have a feeling that they will end the game faster.
It's going to be extra point for White, and Magnus will defend this position. But it's a draw, but it's another like 50 moves.
Okay, let's get then on the second board
Okay.
in that case and check it out what is happening.
There we go. Board 2. Oops.
Exchange up for Abdusattorov. Is that enough?
That might not be enough. And he didn't play G3 because that would kill the bishop.
Goes to freeze the bishop on h4 forever.
So instead, the bishop goes to C3. That doesn't look good for White, obviously.
What can be the plan here? How Black can improve the position to get the pawn on f4? Maybe something like.
Yes, I would probably start moving my king towards a G4, maybe king f7, G6, and when White rook leaves C1, I would try to push the B pawn, B5 and B4. So he goes rook E2, just make sure.
Nothing is happening on the E
This-
file.
But after king f7, nothing is happening on the E file anyway, so
Yeah.
I'm not sure why you need this, but okay, fine.
Is he going to play something like rook e4, attack the pawn on f4, and then B5
Actually,
before or
the
something?
white might be in some sort of a zugzwang here, because if rook moves, then I might move my king already. Okay, rook h1, and can I move my king now to d5 and e4? Because you cannot play bishop takes f6.
That's right.
So,
Rook h1. Probably he wants to play rook h6 and take this f6 pawn.
but it's not going to be a good exchange for white, right? If I'll take on f4, because I'm going to get a passer, and
Right.
I think Noderbeck is thinking, should I play b5 first, or before going king d5, or just...
Yeah, before
Go for it.
b5 before actually sacrifices pawn, but gets very important c2 pawn and breaks down the queenside pawn structure for white. And it will be harder to defend in that way.
I see some sort of a fortress, not a fortress, but defending setup for white after king d5, rook h8, king e4, check, king f3, exchange on e2, and bishop takes f6, but this should be lost. I mean, it's... Yeah, Jan knows he's in trouble. That's the look, but he's gonna fight until the end. So, what's the time situation here? Noderbeck has more time. As well, I should stop asking this. Like, if it's kind of a standard situation, who's better on the board has more time.
More time, yeah. That's actually what very often happens. Also in the opening, whoever has more time on the clock, they have better position, better preparation, and it also applies in the end game. Black captured the pawn on f4, white will take on f6, and this is, as you mentioned, Alex, very, very good trade for black, as black is just having pass pawn on the f-file.
Yeah, it doesn't look defendable, so only miracle can save Jan here. It's yes, so now he's thinking which way to take. I don't really think it matters that much.
Seems like very, very nice tournament for Norderbeck as well this year, as he is the one who won the last year this very competition. And at the interview, when he was asked, Magnus was asked if it was some kind of revenge to win against Norderbeck yesterday, he said like he doesn't think of revenge.
Sure.
But yeah, we know how good it feels to win next game when you lose the last one. Jan is thinking. He's thinking to take maybe with the bishop to keep this possibility to give some discovery check.
Makes sense. Yeah, he has time, but he doesn't know what to use it for. Right? Okay, it's 1 minute, so he's. Let's see. Well, is it like really practical? It's not a decisive moment, is it? Which way you take on f6?
I don't think so. If you take with the bishop, black can very least play king f7 and get rid of any checks. Rook f6 is a check.
F6,
so
king d5, yeah. So king d5 would happen in any case if you take with the bishop as well. So why going down to the last minute for that?
Where the
Bishop
Bishop?
e1.
bishop e1. Interesting. I see one checkmate idea here for white. Bishop e1, bishop g3, rook e4,
and there
only
we go.
move to lose a game, and then rook d6 checkmate.
It would be funny if Norberg goes rook e4 now. I know you cannot do it.
You can give up only for that reason. Another Vida rook f1. This is kind of invites bishop g3, although there's no
G3.
check. No,
c4 first.
c4.
There, no, doesn't look good for Jan. Let us finish the game in a draw. Again, as it was predicted.
Are they calculating this line rook after rook a2 blunder?
Oh,
Probably.
yeah. Okay, yeah. You see Magda smiles and
I don't see that.
totally agreeing
think
that
he said
e5
that,
will
yeah.
be winning for. So yeah, this is exactly what happened after we left this game. The rooks were traded, and I'm a little bit surprised that Magnus defends it without queens, but only a little. I mean, yeah, why should we keep the queens on the board if bishop ending is a draw? And how easy was it? Just put the pawns on color opposite to the bishop, and that's it. Your opponent king cannot get through. Fidushev also stalemated it, so yeah, draw.
Oh, nice, nice final position. White's king is totally
All right,
trapped.
back to Nepo. Trouble. He knows it, and another back is. Yeah, makes no mistakes. Like all the precise moves. Now b6, and after a few more consolidating moves, the black rook will go to G or H file in the second rank, probably attacking b3. So black doesn't even have to win to push the pawn all the way to f1 to win this game. I mean, pawn on b3 is very weak.
Yeah, it's some weaknesses on the queen side. Nicely done by Norderbeck. So far, what we have seen, he's not making any single draws.
Really?
He won all the game yesterday and lost one. So let me check what is the. No, look at this. He won 5 games already and lost just one.
Just one.
For him, draw doesn't exist at this event.
This is amazing. Okay. Just
And his rating performance is skyrocketing 2900.
so it will be
Yeah.
pretty safe to say that it's going to be a race between Norbek and Magnus for the
Fedosiev as well is out there.
Fedosiev. Yeah, Fedosiev is still there, and
Well, if Abdusattorov converts this disadvantage, we're gonna have tie in 3 ways again.
back to where we were.
Yeah. One round later.
Yeah, it's interesting if the day will end up same way it started, like
Yeah.
in the tie. Well, we got 4 people, but how did Arjun do?
Arjun was having winning position against Anish Giri. He kind of trapped the bishop on h3. If you remember.
Oh, he won already, right? That was a winning position, and he already won. Let's take a look at the final position real quick. Yeah, looks like a checkmating situation. Bishop is hanging, and e4 is hanging. Like, yeah, that's where Anish resigned. Okay, let's get back to Nepo. Rook f7. And king to c2. Some mysterious moves, like for example, why not f3? Like king c2 is more precise. I'm not sure. Rook went to d7. Okay.
Time to push the pawn.
Push the pawn and then check, and maybe king a3 and like. Oh, check and king to c1.
You can also do rook to d1, rook f7.
Then rook f7, yeah, that's.
And can I do rook d4 for the moment so I don't give you a chance to? Oh, goes rook a1 check.
I like rook a1 and rook f6. Yeah, that's exactly what he did. And I was about to suggest it because the pawn on b3 falls, and the rook is behind the pawn where it's supposed to be, so he kills 2.
Looks very nice. Check, king takes the pawn.
Takes the pawn, check, and king will be going to c1. He probably going to put the rook on f2 and try to hold it for a moment, but down exchange and the pawn position is hopeless.
That's right. I believe Nepo already feels that Abdusattorov is not giving him any single chance here to complicate the position. There is rook c3, rook d2 checks, but Black King has a lot of space to
Yeah,
go
this game, by the way, reminded me of the game early in this tournament, Magnus Carlsen versus Eric Hansen, and it looked like sort of the same situation. 2 bishops and some play on queen side, but you see where the difference is, right? When Magnus converted, his slide plus Nepo actually went down and about to lose this game. Okay.
But we had king where? King c1. White to move. Maybe rook f.
Rook f2.
Rook
That's
f2,
most
rook
likely.
f1 ideas. That's
just
a winning
without
game,
any
you know?
idea.
Rook f1, rook f1,
Oh.
and bishop c3.
That's pretty sneaky. Okay. Well.
Yeah.
Let's see if Norbek is gonna fall for it.
We like these sneaky ideas, right?
Yeah. No. I mean, check. Check. Oh, the king can still escape. So, like, simple move with the rook.
Another thing is that White wants to play bishop d2 check and bishop f4 to capture this.
Oh, okay. So maybe rook b1 then.
Rook b1 can be possibility. I will keep checks. Rook f1, king c2, rook f2, king d4 probably. Yeah, this king will hide on f5 square.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I would probably do. Rook b1, and then king a4 and king d1. How about that?
Yeah, looks good. White wants to play bishop d2, and black just escapes that with king to d1.
Oh,
He
F3.
goes f3.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah, also works. True. Just defend against bishop d. Either way, you defend against bishop d2 is good, and this is more straightforward. Yeah, the Nepo's chances are
Yeah, very
c5.
slim. c5.
I
He's
wonder
trying
if
to-
just rook takes b4 and take on c5, king d1 will be enough.
Yeah, nice
Yeah,
to simplify the position.
simplify the
Takes, takes
position.
king
It will be
d1,
enough, right? Because
king
it's
d4, king e1, king e3, and you give a check, and it's...
check and take a rook. Yeah.
Let's see what his choice now. You can also do rook f4. Oh, what is it?
He took on c5.
C5.
And the rook a6 checkmate. That also works. Okay.
So simple.
Yeah.
We wanted something more exciting. But anyways, that was a nice and very important victory for Abdusattorov, who joins Firosiev and Magnus Carlsen, and they are tying the first, third places. Then we have rest of the players coming up with half point behind. In the women's section, we have very interesting situation as well. I believe we have one last game going on in the women's section on the top boards. If we have the video, we might see that appearing soon on the camera. Yes, we have, and this is Valentina Gorina with black pieces against Bella Javahishvili. And let's zoom in.
Okay, normally it's a win and end game with pawns on anywhere other than G and H, but isn't it a win as well?
Yeah, how to convert it? How to keep both pawns
G5.
on
No,
the
it's
board?
not a win. It's just a draw. King G5.
King
King
G5.
G5.
Rook H1.
Takes.
We give a check, kick this king on e6, and then king g6. I thought that was the way. Black's king is on the long side.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a g pawn, so if black keeps the king on g8, it's a draw.
Okay. But she played G5, and now that king G7 is just a draw. Oh, no. King G7, king H5, rook H1, rook H7, moves, takes, and king G6. Oh, same thing.
Yeah.
Okay, well, but black has nothing. I mean, 20 seconds left. You just have to play it on the board.
But maybe after the game, maybe we can just check it out on the board. What was the possibility there? How to make a draw? How to win with white? If there was actually a way to do so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, doesn't look good for Valentina. And what does it mean that after she became a sole leader, she
lost one game, and the second game, obviously, she's not the one who is trying to win.
I mean, it's lost.
But after G5, why Valentina did not play rook H1?
The king's still on H4. She has to wait till king H5.
Okay. Makes sense.
Yeah. King F8. Oh, I mean...
G6 the same thing, yeah?
G6 the same. Actually, G6 or king G6? What would be more technically? Oh, G6, of course. Yeah. That's an easy technical win.
Yeah, black has the pawn on A2, which looks very scary usually, but those pawns are connected with the king and the rook. So black gave up the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
And there is no way to survive here. Although I think there is still some technique needed. Like when black gets king and the rook on the back rank, there is some way to do it?
No, two connectors, H5. That's not going to give.
okay.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
check.
Well, Valentina needs to stop the bleeding and to change. There's something she did before worked so well. What did happen?
Yeah, seems like not her day. 2 rounds, 2 losses today for Valentina. Do we have anything else today at the second game today? We have different rounds in both sections, so it's very hard to actually name the rounds. In open section we had round 7, in women's section we had round 6, and we do have one more game in the playing venue.
Who is that?
We need a closer look.
Can't tell from here. Okay.
Is it Gukash?
This is him, yes. And who's on the right?
Which board is it? We just need to see the board number. And we can find it out.
48.
Table 48.
Okay, so I don't have to look for it. Okay, it's not here.
This is the game. Oh, it's not Gukash. It's not Gukash. It's Arawin.
Arwen, yeah.
To playing against Bilgun Sumia from Mongolia. He looks like Gukash.
Who's playing for a win?
Today he looks like. Yesterday he was not looking like, because we have seen so many of Arin's games yesterday.
Yeah, sure. Okay, guys, who's playing? Like, what's going on?
It seems to be drawish. White's king is kind of
so
stuck.
White wants to give a check on h file and play king g2, but now check and king g2. Oh no, the bishop f3. Okay.
Yeah, he keeps close bishop and king to each other to have this check.
So I guess White just cannot achieve it, that he can do this, give a check on h file and at the same time play king g2 without a possibility for Black to give a check with the bishop. Nevertheless,
attacking the rook.
I wonder why not just to put the bishop on a big diagonal and just that's it. Like.
Yeah, but now rook is taking this square. So
now
I
he
think
did. Like on the previous
chasing.
move, he could have played bishop f3 and just enjoy it. Like, oh, okay.
Yeah. Do we have anything else? Maybe.
Yuan Yi and Vincent Kimmer still going on, and also Bobby Chang versus Alexander Shimanov is not like completed, and then the girls section it's the Gohar Bedilaeva versus Zarina Nurgalieva, just like a deep end game there. It's going on. Let's go to highest rated game, Yuan Yi versus Vincent Kimmer. Yeah, what this is like. Okay, that's not very.
It's going to be very long game. We have seen already from
Arvin's
style of play. He likes to play very long games. If we have anything else, let's just go in there.
Yeah, can we get Yuan Yi versus Vincent Kimmer?
And yeah, there was it. He just captured
looks
the
like an interesting endgame.
Pawn and draw happened.
Okay, from the other interesting results, young Krzysztof struck back, beating Haik Martirosyan. Well, Hikaru kind of slows down a little bit. Drew is Boris Savchenko in this round. Other games. Okay.
Yeah, for the moment we have Yu Yangi and Kemar on the
camera and also on the board. This is one of the top boards. I think this is board 3 or 4. Let me check it. Board 4. So also a very important game. Is Kemar going to convert this extra pawn?
Yeah, Vincent looks very much like be able to convert it now after king e2. I don't think white can defend against e3 followed by f3. Okay, he stops king e2. So what do? You play rook to c5, right? And then rook goes to c2. And then king goes to e2. That's will do it.
Rook
c5 yeah.
to have this chance to cover the king if white starts to give aside checks.
Then rook c3.
Yeah,
check.
we have a check. Rook c3 is the move.
Mm-hmm.
If white goes for rook a5 to go after g5 pawn, I think that's
too late. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
like rook c2 and e3.
He's trying that though.
No, it's two ways to do it. You can go king e2 followed by e3, or you can go rook c2 followed by e3. Which one he thinks is more technically correct?
Goes rook c2, so he's threatening e3 to win the pawn on f2, or just to ignore and push e2 next. It depends where white's rook is.
Mm-hmm.
And after check, rook a3, maybe king e2. We have check on the board. Oh, they repeated. Kemar didn't went for king e2. He went king. No.
Okay, king goes to e2, yeah. And now next move is e3. This game will be over soon.
That's right. So if Kemar converts this one, then he will have 5.5 points and will be very close to the leaders, as well as Dubov, who won, and Arjun Ergiasi won as well against Anish Giri.
There we go.
Resignation.
The game is ended. After F.
What happened between Mamedov and Murzin? We were looking at that game.
Between Mamedov
yeah,
and Murzin, looks like a nice hold by young Russian here. Yep, the white is not any bit worse here. Probably slightly better, but just decided not to push any further. I'm sure that if Mamedov was white here, the game will continue for another 100 moves. Okay. Still,
yeah, I agree with that.
very, very solid performance by Murzin. Yeah, suddenly the guy is just on top board for a world championship.
That's right. We have quite a few games still in the playing venue. Let's get our camera closer to those boards so we can check out what is happening. Although this one is just over, we have Shimanov with black pieces.
Bobby Cheng, and how interesting is that? Alexander Shimanov versus Bobby Cheng. White is better, but seems like black is going to be holding this. Okay. Yeah, it's just they're repeating moves here. Okay, just a draw. Rook f6, king g7, and they're gonna repeat moves. Rook e6, king f7.
That's right. So
Don't wonder with king f3. Okay, yeah, it's a draw.
Yeah, those pawns are not connected. They
Right, there we go. Still, I see the game in the women's section. Olga Guriev, black, against Amina Kayabekova, a local player. And
They both have 3 points at this round. This is round 6 in the women's section. And Olga Kiria, we have seen her yesterday on the top board. Seems like she lost those games.
oh
and
no!
went down.
Really? Would you play G3 in this position if you need to convert extra knight? Might be still winning, but I think a 2 against 3 is much easier to win.
Yeah,
Just
probably
activate.
first king should get into the center somehow. But after G3,
It still might be winning, yeah, but I think it complicates things a little bit. What for? Just simple king G1, king F1 would be much, much easier. But G3, Black has to take it. If she allows white to take on H4, the game is immediately over.
knight takes. We see Giria shaking her head. That is probably something she did not saw it before. What actually happened?
G4?
Oh, nicely done.
Oh, yeah. Oh, nice win. Yeah. G3, king D4, king F3, and G4.
Women international master from Kazakhstan, local player Amina Karbekova just won against Olga Gira, who is a grandmaster and well-known chess player. So that's a very well achievement. And local player Amina, she was given this chance to play because of the fact that she's local, and we mentioned that the local federation can also submit some of the players. So great opportunities for the participants from the countries where they are having chess tournaments.
Yeah, the Kazakhstan Chess Federation, using its opportunity to the fullest, they allowed, I think, 15 players in the girls section and 17 men. Is that
15 for open and 10 for women? Yeah.
All the spots are filled, and you see just right now, young Amina Kayabekova shocked Olga Giria, like a seasoned player, the member of the Russian Olympic team, and okay.
Another game is in progress in the women section, and we need to know which board is it. Which board it can be.
All right, probably will be able to tell you. Okay, so let me see. Go down. Okay.
33, Nurgali Nazarke, Kazakhstan player, against...
Yeah, don't even try. Everybody called
I was
her
like,
Begim.
why I started this?
Everybody called Begim Takhironova. She's currently, she represents United States, and she's in school there. I know, it's a trouble. And it took her about a year, I think, to teach everyone to don't even try,
Oh no.
Americans are not really good at long names. No, she refused to cut this down. Okay, that you have to learn how to spell. Yeah, but the first name, just Begim, is good. Okay.
Begim. Okay,
Yeah.
good to know that, because I always struggle to spell her to say her name, but now I know. That's great.
Okay.
I know how difficult it is, because myself I'm the one who has very complicated last name, which is in a funny way. It's really funny for me. So how people are calling, but I don't know about her, how she feels about her last name.
What is the most like distorted way you've heard your name was spelled?
Keti from Georgia. That's why how I was called at the podium. I won some prize, and they called me Keti from Georgia. So yeah.
All right. No.
Check. This is a problem when there is a knight pawn, the pawn on B and the G file. It is so dead draw. You cannot do anything.
You know, you can have like 5 pawns on the G file. It's still
draw. If you could have more pawns on the G file, it's just
it's not going to help. Yeah, it's like but suddenly the pawn ending becomes a wing, right?
Okay, just to trade the rooks.
Yeah, no. What are they thinking about?
The thing is that it's in this kind of situation, it's very good to be practical, to make a draw, rest a little bit, because when you're taking this rest time, because we have 20 minutes rest time, you're taking it. They are not rescheduling it for one game, right? Yeah. Then you are tired for the next round. So to be practical is very, very important in Rapid and Blitz championships when you have a lot of games in one day.
Yeah, that's the...
Okay, they are repeating
Begin
now.
started repeating moves, and hopefully that's... No?
Never. Maybe now.
Okay.
Let's see. Yeah, this is it.
That's it. Draw this. Was that the last game?
I hope so. I really hope so that there was a last game.
I'm
like
not so sure because we remember someone promised to visit the studio with a part 2 of the analysis, and is not here.
Tomorrow. It was rescheduled for tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, tomorrow we're gonna have guests coming back, and this is the playing venue looking so beautiful. Flags on the top of the countries of 50 nations. In total, 300 players, almost 300 players right now is competing for the best prizes. $1 million prize fund. We have 3 days of rapid tournament, which means 15 minutes plus 10 seconds increment of time. And then last 2 days will be blitz competition when we have 3 minutes plus 2 seconds, and that's my favorite part of this tournament.
Yes, it's going to be 21 round of blitz. Is that correct?
That is right. We have more rounds, more rounds in blitz, obviously, but in rapid we have. It is impossible to have 20 plus rounds. All right, guys. I think we are going to take break now after this round, and we will get some energy. We will get some hot drinks, and the players will also just take in their rest time right now because. After 2 rounds, we already feel that it's time to rest. So we're going to take that opportunity. Please don't go anywhere because last 2 rounds for today is ahead of us and you don't want to miss that.
See you soon.
We're here with Sergey Lukyanov, chairman of the management board of Freedom Broker Investment Company. Сергей Николаевич, в чем заключается деятельность Freedom Finance?
Freedom Finance – это группа компаний. Мы начинали более 10 лет назад в Казахстане, в городе Алматы. Начинали с инвестиционного, брокерского бизнеса. По сей день у нас очень много разных активов. Есть банки, страховые компании и так далее. Но брокерский бизнес до сих пор остается флагманским бизнесом группы.
Почему Freedom Finance считает важным помогать развитию спорта в целом и, в частности, шахматам?
Шахматы очень похожи на инвестиции. Здесь тоже необходима своя стратегия, своя тактика. И так как это бизнесы похожи, то есть навыки, которые здесь нужны, это стратегическое видение. Шахматы – это как раз игра с многовековой истории, которая как раз и помогает выработать стратегическое видение, стратегическое мышление. Этому редко учат в учебных заведениях. Мало в учебных заведениях может похвастаться тем, что вы можете научиться видеть все поле и принимать осознанные решения. Вот именно поэтому мы уважаем шахматы и мы поддерживаем развитие спорта в Казахстане и считаем, что это долг любого крупного бизнеса вести шефство и помогать развиваться также стране.
Вы уже побывали в игровом зале, сделали первый ход. Поделитесь первыми впечатлениями своими и вообще за кого будете болеть на этом чемпионате?
В Казахстане очень сильная спортивная школа. Здесь множество спортсменов. Мы уважаем и поддерживаем нашу сборную, в первую очередь женскую сборную. И как раз мой шаг был на доске у девушек. Вот, поддерживаем их.
Life is full of exciting events, but it is our first impressions that we remember best. Your first diploma, your first job in a big company, unforgettable emotions from the first date, the first expensive things you bought when you got your first paycheck, and your first investments with Freedom Broker. Freedom Broker. Look at your favorite brands from a new perspective.
My name is Anish Giri. I am a top grandmaster from the Netherlands. The alliance and the recommendations that I give are well suited for players of all levels. So I really explain a lot of concepts, but also a lot of basic things. Now it's your move. Don't waste any time. Hit that buy button. My name is Anish Giri. I am a top grandmaster from the Netherlands. The alliance and the recommendations that I give are well suited for players of all levels. So I really explain a lot of concepts, but also a lot of basic things. Now it's your move. Don't waste any time. Hit that buy button.
Back everyone, this is FIDE World Rapid Chess Championship 2022 and we have second day, round 8 in open section, round 7 in women's section. Here we are, Keti and Alexander, working for you for these days and I hope you enjoy this commentary as much as we enjoy to work here and as much as we enjoy the games. These games are brilliant and we have so much of the emotions, right?
Oh, absolutely. Just the last round, so an amazing queen sacrifice by Daniil Dubov. By the way, my favorite Russian player, both in the playing style and the personality.
And my twin brother.
And yes, I'm here with Dubov's sister right here, with Keti.
That's right.
Also, no, I hope everybody knows that Dubov was on a Carlsen's team during the match against Jan Nepomniachtchi. That was a huge controversy in the Russian press because the Dubov, obviously the member of the Russian Olympic team, knows Jan Nepomniachtchi really, really well. But both him and Magnus and Jan, which was most important, said that it absolutely has nothing to do with anything, that they're all cool with what happened, and they still friends, and it's totally fine. So you see the Magnus plays against someone from his own team, and
that's a bit odd situation.
Yeah, you would think that it might be like something quick. Situation where the quick draw would be appropriate. Of course not. Okay, Magnus is there for feels very strong about the integrity of the game, so don't expect anything quick. And in interesting strategic situations, we see 3 against 4 on a queen side, and 4 against 3 for Magnus on a king side. Well, you know what White needs to do, just trade all the pieces that are on the board. The pawn ending will be winning, but it's not that simple. There's a 4 pair of pieces. Obviously, Daniil will be guarding his pieces from the exchange. He will not trade all 4, that's for sure.
Right.
Let's see if this White minimal advantage in this position would be enough for Magnus in this game.
Yeah, that's true. Usually he is even very good in the positions where he has a little bit worse situation on the board. But on the other hand, on the other side of the board, we have Daniil Dubov, who's a very creative chess player, and he has very impressive ideas. However, the position for me, it seems like too equal.
Too dry, yes.
Too dry. Not too much of the sacrifices like it happened in the previous round when Daniil Dubov sacrificed the queen. We're going to see that at some point on the broadcast. But now at this point, how far is Daniil Dubov from Magnus Carlsen? Just half a point
behind. Just half a point, yeah. He really fixed his tournament standing with a couple of really nice victories, like the one in the last round, and always been a force. And he haven't played a lot this year. This pretty much, if I remember correctly, it's probably his first series tournament that he played, and well, expectations are there, and here we go, board 1 for Daniil Dubov.
And that's right. And the situation is right now we have 3 players with 6 points: Magnus Carlsen, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, and Fedosiev Vladimir. And then we have also 3 players: Daniil Dubov, Kemar Vincent, and Arjun Ergiasi with 5.5. So after this round, we're going to have more or less clear picture who will be the leaders.
All right, so let's go on. Board 2 is also extremely interesting matchup between defending champion Nodirbek Abdusattorov of Uzbekistan and Vladimir Fedosiev. some kind of a hybrid between Slav and Queen's Gambit accepted. It's hard to tell which one is that. Okay, I see elements of both openings here on the board. Time-wise, Notterbeck spent less time. Okay, so I guess he's more familiar with the position. It's just the beginning. Let's see if there is anything else going on. And how about the women's section? What's the top boards?
Yeah, and the top boards, Jansa Abdumalik is unstoppable today. She scored a point on the second board against Laya Garifulina. And now the situation is also very interesting. 4 players are sharing first 4 places. Bela Hotinashvili, Tanjongi facing each other on the first board. Danelian Alina and Jansa Abdumalik are facing each other on the second board. And we have a lot of participants with half a point behind these 4 players.
All right. So early exchanges by Abdusatorov, but don't be fooled by simplicity of this position. It's really, really complicated. White bishop will go to f4, rook on d1. It looks like a very strong initiative for white. Let's see if Fedoseev will be able to handle it. Okay, you see the concentration from both players. And here we go. The bottle of water. That's actually a good idea. I might do exactly the same thing.
Okay, why not to get some water or sometimes coffee, sometimes tea, depends. It really matters of the taste of the players. That's the most important, to stay energetic, stay hydrated, because chess players are losing a lot of energy during play. And maybe now is a good time to thank our sponsors who made this tournament possible. And we can see the playing venue is amazing, and we have chess stars right now competing for 1 million total prize fund. In the first place, Freedom Finances, the investment and stocker bar company that is general partner of the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz. These championships are also sponsored by Teoline, a mining and processing company, and Motiva, a global medical technology company that is sponsor of FIDE Women's events, including these Women's Rapid and Blitz Championships.
All right, there we go. We see okay, Notterbeck is not really looking at the board all the time. They just looked somewhere, like I gave this 1,000-yard stare and just played the move. Okay.
Well, Alex, when I was a kid, I was getting very tired during the game, and most of the games I was losing because I was tired.
Okay.
My grandmother, who is a great fan of chess, she decided that I needed the help of psychologist. She took me to psychologist. I think I was very, very young, like less than 10 years old. I had a visit to psychologist to help me to deal with my chess issues.
Was it a sports psychologist or just a psychologist?
Just a psychologist. He was a friend of our family, and I think my grandmother just wanted us to meet and talk. So this person was very, very nice. I actually visited her a couple of times. And one of the techniques she taught me was that when I'm tired, I have to relax. And I have to start to think about galaxy, about stars, look at the sky, relax. Imagine that you are eating stars and these kind of things. And I was practicing. Of course, it was many years ago and I don't exactly remember what was the technique, but it was helping me. So I was playing a tournament and I'm tired, so I'm getting to eat stars in my imagination, and my opponent reported me to the arbiter, and my opponent said that I'm looking at the ceiling and he doesn't like that. Probably I'm reading something there. And
yeah, what a strange times we're living in, right? Everything, if the chess player is not sitting there like a completely just looking straight at the board for 6 hours, playing their moves and barely moving, then it's just like a source of suspicion and and yeah. Well, most of them are. Look, just looking at the board, concentration, everything. But it's not for everyone. Like some people are. Like take Vasily Ivanchuk. It's like the guy is barely looking at the board. He doesn't need to, right? Our Boris Gelfand is like when he was. I remember when he was young, he did not look at the board at all. He was looking like complete in one direction, like away from the board. In the other hand, he was throwing and catching chess pieces without looking at it. So he just
should be very annoying for the opponent.
And after like the 5 minutes of doing that, he would suddenly play like an excellent move, not just a move, an excellent move, and then you would like, what's going on? Like, what said this is the correct move on the left, on the right? Like, what's
yeah, that's wow, very interesting. One of the most interesting situation at the commentary that I had was at World Cup 2017 when Aronian and Ivanchuk was playing against each other. Ivanchuk was thinking about 20 minutes for one move and the position was very, very tense. And then suddenly he stood up. And we were 3 commentators sitting and like, do you see the move? We couldn't see a move because he didn't make a move. And then he made a round, just walked a little bit, turned around, came back, sit it down and thought another 15 minutes. And I was like, what I just saw it. And my co-commentators were like, this is Vasily Ivanchuk. Sometimes he does
there are
things
actually
like
no
that.
rules, right, that explicitly forbids that. It's like a general recommendation that you should sit when it's your move, and when your clock is ticking, you should not supposed to walk around. But it's not like if you do that, then you lose a game, right?
I think there is a regulation about that. It depends the tournament, of course, because, for instance, at this tournament we have a dress code, but the other events we don't have dress code. So players should go through the regulations all the time, or the captains, or the federations and delegations, and so on. So, as I know, if the opponent makes a move, and you're at the table, you cannot leave then after seeing that.
Oh, really?
But if you are not at the table, you can. Sometimes some players just spotting from outside and just standing and drinking coffee, not going in the.
My opponent just blunder. I don't have to go back right away.
Yeah. So yeah, it depends really the regulation of the tournament and the handbook that
all right.
not very often players are reading.
So the camera keeps showing us faces of Vincent and Arjun. Okay. Well, I don't think you can read anything what's going on a board just by looking at it. Technically, white position should be slightly better because of space advantage, the square on c5, but black has no weaknesses and pieces are pretty good. So I would think the position is balanced, and that's what the body language suggests. And okay, it's a balanced position.
Yeah, I would not be surprised here if this game ends in a draw. Shall we go back in the first board? Magnus Carlsen, Daniel Dubov. Great matchup.
A quick check. I doubt there's a lot of change. Oh, no, there are some changes here. So, in a way, right? 2 pair of pieces are traded.
Yeah.
Another pair of pawns is traded. But same pawn majority for white on a king side. And the possibility for black to open up on a queen side with a4, maybe not right away, because b4 will be played. But the idea of playing a4, b4, a3 might appeal to the black very much. So Magnus is thinking whether to stop it, maybe to play a4, maybe to play a3.
That's right. If it happens that they trade the rooks off the board, maybe that's a very pleasant position for white, as white can create this pass pawn on the king side. Black has double pawns on the queen side, just a little bit, probably not enough to convert into the win. But seems to me that white is just having
in that case, risk-free position.
Yes, if rooks are traded, actually the black bishop doesn't have too many diagonals to hide from the exchange. So Daniel definitely should keep the rooks on the board here. Bishop, on the other hand, could be traded. It's like it's not what black should really try to keep from the exchange if the rooks are still there. Okay, a4 by Magnus. Like we said, he had to do something about positional threat of a4, a3 for black, and oh well. And now the rook on a8 does absolutely nothing. It has to go to the center where Magnus will offer the trade. Like, for example, rook d8, a king e3, followed by rook d4. But rook d8, king e3, c5, black should be fine. It kind of reminds me of Berlin endgame a little bit, except for you rarely see this combination of pieces in Berlin, the rook and the light square bishops. Otherwise, the pawn structure and main ideas are similar. Well,
that's right. A4 has been decided to play by Magnus Carlsen to have this pawn structure. It's very difficult for black to break through now, especially when white's bishop is on e2 and controls b5 square. Although it's a possibility, actually.
Oh,
like
yeah.
black can go b5.
You're right. B5 is not a pawn sacrifice. It's the totally legitimate move. My problem with b5 is that it leaves the c7 pawn weak. Okay. Otherwise, yeah, it's totally... it's idea that deserves attention. In fact, what black is looking for, he would love to trade the 4 pawns of his queen side for 3 pawns for white, and just to defend 2 against 3 on a king side, which we see Magnus did easily against Vladimir Fedoseev, like just a round before.
Right.
And yeah, and that's what probably Dubov is thinking about. Probably thinking about playing b5, because that liquidates a lot of pawns, but it leaves a white pawn on a4, which is going to be hard to get to by black. So, on the other hand, black doesn't have to do anything. It's not like white has any threats. Okay.
Yeah, just move rook d8 and so on. Yeah, quite dry position as we mentioned earlier.
Okay, yeah, I think it will stay this way in this game for a while. We can go on and see what's happening in other games. Like, how about the board 2?
Yeah, on the board 2, also very important match up. Vladimir Fedoseev and Nodirbek Abdusattorov are playing against each other.
All right, so this is interesting. Okay, so there were some changes since we saw this position last time, and what those changes are: white has 2 bishops now, and his pawn structure is damaged. Also, e4 pawn is hard to defend. Okay, and with this last move, h6, Fedoseev gives black a choice. I'm sorry, so he gives the white a choice either to take on f6, but then how do you defend e4, right?
And this is
so
swinging.
Looks like bishop h4 is relatively forced. But what about g5 and knight takes e4? Oh no, knight cannot take on e4, but we can play g5 and bishop takes e4. There we go. Look at this move,
nice.
rook f2 d1. Oh my, okay. All right, we keep looking at Magnus, and while
we have
Nodirbek Abdusattorov just probably play the move of the tournament. Okay. Can we get that board, please?
We need to see how Vladimir Fedoseev is reacting with this move, because obviously it's not the perfect situation for him. We can see both the players with the heads on the head, so focused. White to sacrifice the piece right now on g5. Will Fedoseev takes it? That is so dangerous. That is just so dangerous.
And take on d7 twice. That's an exchange sack, but the light square is becoming
problems.
So
f7 pawn is very weak and will be target. What a move. You cannot predict this move in advance. Like,
no.
You cannot see this is happening.
But you also saw why it happens, because otherwise white is simply worse. In a way, this was something that Nordebek had to
he's in a brilliant form.
Yes,
doing amazing.
To expect in advance. So Fedoseev has a choice. He can take the bishop and be consistent, or he can simply go queen c7, I guess. Just defend the bishop.
Alex, is it possible that his rating performance can reach 3,000 in this tournament if he keeps going?
Oh, if he keeps scoring like this.
Winning. Look at this. He won first day 3 rounds in a row, then he lost. And then today, again, he's repeating 3 games in a row, and now this one. This looks so nice for him.
This is unbelievable. Like, you can have a performance of 29.57 with a loss. It's just absolutely incredible. So it just tells you, like, the strength of the people that he was beating is just, go through the roof. And so queen c7, Fedoseev staying calm, and the same problem white had in the previous move. I guess it remains. So if you want to be consistent.
I was thinking maybe it's now time to play something like rook d7, sacrifice the exchange, knight d7, bishop e7. Then look for some ideas like rook d7, bishop f7, knight e5. A lot of tactics there.
Okay, so let's try to calculate it. Rook takes d7, knight takes bishop e7, and rook e8.
There is a handshake on the other board. Duda plays against
Sarana, and probably some theoretical line. Let's take a quick look. No, nothing theoretical. It's just Queen's Gambit decline. And well,
it was a draw, was it?
It was a draw, like not very eventful. Same classical knight on d4. Just one weakness for black. One weakness doesn't win the game. And just at some point they started repeating moves. Yeah, none. The both players want to take a break before the last round
for today. Yeah.
Yes. Can blame them for this. There is a result on a top board, which like unexpected. There is an upset. Jordan Van Forest lost to Gide Kuparadze. You probably know who that is.
Yeah. At the beginning, remember we have him on the screen. He is now among the leaders, and this is truly amazing. Not many people knows him. I believe also our viewers don't know him at all. But he's one of the Georgians' brilliant rapid and blitz player. Who wins all the possible competition. And remember, according to the regulations, we were talking about this yesterday, that if you win local national championship in this format, you are entitled and invited to play in the competition. He is always the person who gets the right to play at the tournament. And also a very interesting story about him is that in the classical chess games, doesn't matter how strong is the opponent. Sometimes he plays really strong opponents. He always blitz out, and he ends the game with 1 hour and 35 minutes.
But this is normal thing, and a lot of opponents they are finding it's very annoying that your opponent is just blitzing out and walking all the time. But that's him.
Well, this is how Anand played at the beginning of his chess career. I think all his games, all his classical games, he only would spend under like 25 minutes, and you would imagine the old school players like Bilevsky and others would be like super annoyed because they are used to just start working on the fourth hour of the game. And here you're forced to, actually thinking when it's the game just begins. And like later on, Vishy kind of changed his ways and actually found the value of like spending all the time that he was given. But in the beginning, he was doing exactly the same thing. He was just blitzing out and with a great result. And
he plays amazing games, sacrifices and nice tactics. And another thing is that he's not a regular training. He has his a family business and he's quite busy with that. And once in a while, he likes to play tournaments. And every time he plays, we have this pleasure to see how amazing is his games.
Yeah, okay.
So I hope we're gonna see next round him on the
top on the scene.
Yeah.
Was it playing someone of the contenders? This demolition of Jordan was really impressive. Okay, well the last move Jordan just blundered like knight takes f1, but he probably was lost by then. Okay, anyway.
Yeah.
All right. Do you know how many Georgians are playing here?
Yes, not too much actually for some reason, but yeah, we never had more participants actually from Georgia. That's it, what we have now. And in total, we have around 10, 12 players. Yeah.
No, obviously
Roughly. So
women competition. Okay.
Jobava is here, Huparadze, which we were talking about. We were talking about Levan Panculaya, Nana Zagnidze, first number of the female team, Bela Hotanashvili, Nino Batsiashvili, Lela Javahishvili, Mera Rabidze, Kvetatze Sofia, and Tereladze Sofia. So I counted 10 on my fingers.
All right, wow.
Yes. And they are doing great, actually. They are doing. It's very interesting to check the statistics, which is the country who does the best in this competition, because it gives you a picture which of their school has the best tournament and training system.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Maybe we could ask our crew to look into the statistics, because that might be an interesting thing that our viewers like to know. Mm-hmm. And what would be your guess which country does the best, like percentage-wise? For example, there are 3 Spaniards playing in the tournament, and 10 Georgians, right? We cannot compare them directly.
Yeah, that's in women's section for sure. Georgians are dominating alongside with Indians. Kazakh players are also out there, and we have also. Russian players, but they don't play under Russian flag. And in open section, we have Magnus Carlsen, which represents Norway. But
Norway's doing great. And there's Tari.
Tari, but he lost yesterday, right?
Okay.
We saw that. He has 3.5 points at this.
Not too bad overall.
But Carlsen is equal to 10 players at least with these results. And USA team looks quite nice. Garyev.
Is Hans Niemann actually leading the US right now? That's the highest rated. He plays the board 8, right?
Sharing with Garyev Timur.
With Garyev, okay. So we have Nakamura, we got Caruana, we got all these guys, and top performers from the United States are Timur Garyev and Hans Niemann. There we go.
Yeah. All right. What about the position? What we have?
That's the very sharp position in the game of Nordebek and Fedoseev. Nordebek very skillfully keeps the fire burning. He just finds the way indirectly defend the pawn on e4. It looks like it's under 3 attacks, but black cannot take it like at any moment because knight on d7 is hanging.
Daniel Dubov, Magnus Carlsen.
The kings are in the center, so that means...
Yeah, do you remember this line here that we prepared together? Yeah, there was a draw.
Even though you can judge by Magnus' face that it wasn't a friendly draw, right? The final position definitely looks like it was. Okay.
No, it's at this level, it's never going to be a friendly draw indeed. While both of the players, Magnus himself twice actually won this championship, and Daniel also won the competition. He has the title of the world champion, so they want the title. This is the key point for these players indeed. They really, at this point, they are leaders and they want to win it all the first place. So it makes sense to have a strong competition.
Yes, nevertheless, the draw in the 35 moves, not too many things happen in this game, but of course it takes a lot of skills to hold Magnus with the black pieces. So congratulations to Daniel, the remaining on leader circuit. And let's go on to the board 2, where Nordebek Abdusatorov plays Vladimir Fedoseev with last move a6. Fedoseev forced the exchange on c6. Queen takes, and what do we see now? We do see 3 weak pawns for like 3 pawns that are hard to defend for white. a4, c4, and e4. Does that mean black is better here? It's possible, unless there's some kind of a tactics. Some kind of a tactics that allows white to equalize, like something like maybe bishop takes f6, and then check. No, he played c5. What is that supposed to mean? Okay, anybody help me here? It's like c5, and Fedoseev immediately takes it, and then queen c4. A little mysterious to me, like at least the beginning, but the more I look at it, the more I like it. So it's the...
I like it because he destructs the knight. He now threatens bishop f6 and knight a5. Like bishop f6... knight takes f6. Maybe that's not. That's right.
Maybe he simply wants to like keep the pressure. Maybe he wants to go rook d5. Is that the possibility? Yeah. But then again, what's the threat? I don't know. He just improved his. He sacrificed the pawn that was hard to defend anyways, and improved his king. King h7. He gets away from possible rook d8 check, and Nordebek immediately did something.
a5, getting more space advantage on the queen side.
Also prevents knight b6. Okay, and immediate answer from Fedoseev, which is?
Rook b8, controlling the open file. Bishop takes f6. Knight should take on
takes, and
f6.
Why this is so obvious? Okay, what's next?
Maybe now rook d5 to attack the pawn on c5 and to attack the pawn on e5. Also.
Oh yeah, that's true. I was thinking that I can take and pin the d file. Maybe I can, right? Queen d6 and then queen c2 check, rook g6, knight h4. Is that a possibility? So let me put it on the board. So yeah. takes, queen d. Here we go. Queen c2, rook g6. Still a pawn up for black. That's the winning. I wonder if that's a blunder. Okay. Oh no, it's not. No, it is. It's not. It is.
Let's see. Knight takes, pawn takes, queen to d6, right?
Yes.
If we give a check, then rook will cover this check.
Exactly.
Uh-oh.
All right. As Norderback is thinking.
He has 22 seconds. He is short on time. The opponent has more time, obviously, on the clock. 3 minutes more on the clock. That's a luxury in this position.
A lot of chess players actually covering their mouth when they're thinking. It's just because talking to themselves, or like, what do you think? What's the...
When they're mad, I would... this one. Yeah, probably.
I know I do. Yeah, and I'm using my T-shirt. Usually this going all the way up.
I do that when I'm cold and I want to cover a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like a blunder to me, unless there is a queen e4.
Maybe queen e4, rook g6, and knight d5 is...
Yeah, but after queen e4, the rook's still unprotected. I can move the king, right?
Oh, he's taking that. He's taking that.
And queen d6. Yeah, it it looked like a blunder, and for the safe is not a kind of guy who will allow it to. Okay, yeah, knight h4, but now it's just an exchange operation, and black is up a pawn. Rook gets to d4, the white's position is lost. Okay.
Yeah, rook d5 was a blunder. If not this blunder, white was surely having very good position.
Yeah, there were plenty of compensation. I wonder why, like, all of a sudden, he just missed queen d6, and that's happened to the best of us. And Norderback was having, like, absolutely the day of his life until this moment. Why are we saying until this moment? I mean, this game still is pretty much on, right?
It's pretty much on, but this record that we were thinking of, 3,000 rating, average,
that's
will
good.
be broke
That
after this
will
game.
Go.
Yeah,
That probably will go. That's right. And
well, let's wait what's going to happen. Meanwhile, maybe it's a good time to take a look what is happening in the women's section, because very interesting situation. Valentina Gunina has already won, but he lost the other matches. But how about the first boards? What is happening in that? Tsatsalashvili and Tanzhongyi.
all right. So this is the position, which is absolutely wild, and looks like black is doing great. Okay, the pieces are very active. Pawn on d3, unless this pawn is going to be lost. Is there a way to defend this pawn? No, white just took it. What it means? It means h5.
h5.
Okay, so black is playing for a compensation right now. So
She takes
c
pawn.
takes. Do you really need to? Oh, yeah. Otherwise, it's h4. So you need to take it. So bishop takes. Looks very, very dangerous. I mean, and probably bishop back to f1, rook e4. It's a very strong initiative for black. But I guess that's what white should do anyway. The bishop f1 and maybe queen d2 after that. Look, was the idea.
Can we push the pawn, c5?
c5, okay.
Probably queen. Oh no, we cannot move the
C5.
queen that easily. Like queen c1, rook e1 idea is possible.
Yeah, c5 looks very, very reasonable. I don't see immediately.
Bishop f1 has been played to make sure that the king is safe
I'm
there.
sure your move was better, because that gives black a clear opportunity to go rook e4. Maybe c5 was just a stronger move.
Tanzhongyi thinking. The time situation is that Tanzhongyi has more time on the clock, 2 minutes more fairly, and Tsatsalashvili has 23 seconds.
Queen
we can
d2
think.
is kind of a threat because endgame. In the endgame, white will have an extra point, so black needs a move that takes care of queen d2. What would that be? Maybe bishop e8.
You know what I'm thinking is, how about rook a3 and after queen d2, bishop f3 check? And you cannot take this bishop, king h2 and queen e5.
Oh,
and you're still in game.
This is a great idea.
Bishop goes on
Bishop
e8.
e8, yeah, that's
Check,
another
bishop c6.
idea. But queen d2, yeah, that's played. Bishop c6 check, king h2, and then probably just trade on d2 and rook f3. But then bishop d3, white's like, yeah.
Yeah, this rook on e3 is stopping black's queen to give a check on e5. That's the problem.
That's right, unless there's some tactics,
Rook
but I
h3?
don't see it. Yeah, I was thinking about it, but like king takes, unfortunately. And no, white forces a queen trade, and then if he will be able to play rook c2 and bishop g2, okay. Probably just take it and go rook c3, something like this. So
King h6. Just like that, queens are off the board.
all right, so the main danger is past for Tsatsalashvili because king was like in really serious situation. In the end game, white should not really risk here if she wants to draw bishop g2. That looks like an invitation for a draw. Just takes on rook c1. Yeah, and it's like now white needs to find actually a precise way to rook d2, takes c4. And what's next?
Rook d6.
Rook d6.
And rook a6.
Yeah, rook d6 is,
Yeah, I think it's fine.
a precise move, and this should be a draw, like in a couple more moves.
Do we still have Danilian and Abdumalik in progress?
No, it's been a draw in a situation where it's like you can think of anything but a draw. I mean, I didn't even know who's better in the final position. And I only know who offered the draw, and it was Jansaya, and Elena took it.
Well, I'm just looking right now, the engine evaluation, it says white is completely
winning. Yeah, that's what it looks like visually. The pawn on e4 is weak, so something like queen b1 should probably win on the spot. Okay.
Well, happens.
But we don't know the time situation.
Yeah, maybe this was not also the end of the game. Maybe they played more games.
Right.
Shall we go back to the open section and check out what is the situation? First board is done, fourth board is done, and we have 2 and 3rd games still in progress. And let's choose second one. Abdusattorov was struggling, right, in this position.
Okay, but why in the world the white did not play? Black did not play rook d4. Why the pawn is? Why?
Oh, the game has been ended actually, and they after queen c2 draw.
It is a draw.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get back to where he played c4. Why is that like? What was wrong with rook d4 here? Because I thought that would be something that you're looking for. That cannot be enough. Okay, no. He's losing another pawn, and just like, okay, if he takes, I'll probably take it this way.
And then after queen e6, you have queen e6 and king
and
g8.
King g8, yeah, so that's not a problem. Maybe it's hard to make a progress after queen to d3.
Right. Can we go in the game of Kemar and Argiasi. I think they have already seconds on the clock. So
Ooh.
let's check it out. What is happening?
What is that? Okay. Okay, extra point for white, and if white king gets to e6, this game is over. So rook h4, king here. So I guess we go king e5. Black goes h2. And what's next? No, that's going to be lost for to Tsatsalashvili. So king g3. Why not king e5? It seems to me that this is a Tsatsalashvili. But
wanted to capture the pawn on h3, I think, first, and then to get back.
Isn't he losing on a4 now? Oh no, he's not losing. Yeah, that's
and
probably
check and rook e6. Yeah.
King g5. Okay. Yeah.
And resignation. Arjun resigned here.
Let's look at suddenly the Vincent made it all the way to top boards. How many games he won in a row?
Seems like he has very nice day today. As for now, after this victory, he is having 6.5. And today he started with a draw against Daniel Dubov. Then he won against Caruana. Oh no, Daniel Dubov was actually today.
Yesterday.
Yesterday.
No, you won all the games, and look at his
Caruana,
opponents.
Yuyangi, and Argiasi. Oh my God!
Isn't it like 5,000 performance? You know, you beating
Only
Caruana,
today, yes.
UNE, and Eric Keti in just one day.
His rating performance is great, 2,800. And for now, he has 2,590. So the rating performance says a lot. And today, 3 wins in a row. Let's see who he face in the last round and how he gonna end the day. But imagine 4 out of 4 in one day. That is a great end of the day.
The parents is not there. There's one game still going on. No, more than one. But
we have it on the screen. Nakamura and Murzin.
Okay. So one of the favorites to win this tournament against a youngster from Russia, and Hikaru forces a draw. Yeah. Take h6. And agree to draw. There we go.
That was the draw.
Hikaru is not happy. He's not happy. He didn't win a game today, right? Is it?
He's not having the great start, although he has never lost a game, any single game. But he has made. Wow!
4 draws in a row. I mean, I see
total.
why he's frustrated. Okay. While Magnus is, just increasing the gap between him and
Yeah, I remember last year was very, very similar scenario. He started not so well in the rapid section, and in blitz section, he was unstoppable. But then COVID stopped him.
Okay.
He got results of the fastest, I think, and he decided to withdraw from the tournament and went back to streaming from Poland. So there was the situation, but he had amazing chances to win the medal in the blitz competition. All right, that's another board we have in progress.
Is it Aman Hamilton from Canada or?
It is Aman. And with black-white pieces, we have Narayan from India, Grandmaster. They have 3 points, and Aman is latest star of the chess boxing match. he beat Laura Strad, who is doing commentary right now at this event. So that was indeed interesting competition.
Okay, he's trying to defend the light pieces ending with pawn down. and it doesn't look like it will be successful, but who knows? Knight on d5 might be okay. Knight d5
to block the pawn.
Knight
Knight
d5
d5 and knight
and
f4 if white allows that. So bishop d6 to stop
bishop
knight.
d6. But to win this position, white needs to break through with a king. But what's the route? I don't see the way. I mean, going through c4, c5, d6, not realistic. So it seems like a draw to me. Okay. All right. Yeah. So about Hikaru a little bit. I mean, it looks like he won so many tournaments this year alone that the people are actually forgetting that he did not start playing until almost the middle of this year, right? That was the first tournament he played was a Grand Prix, actually.
That's right. There was Fischer Random. That's latest tournament that he won.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's so many titles he won this year alone, and so the little story about that. I was playing the Open tournament in where was it? It was Foxwoods. Okay, Foxwoods Casino in the United States, and yeah, and I met Hikaru's stepdad, Sunil Veramantri, and well, I asked him like, does Hikaru ever regret like leaving chess or like doing just online thing? And he said, "Oh, Alex, you're like the way behind it. Like he had never this intention. Like, and you'll see why. I predict that 2022 will be his career year." I was like, "Why is that?" And like jokingly suggested that does he have like a new girlfriend or something? And Sunil said, That's the thing, okay. Then, but I'm not gonna tell you who that is.
Yeah.
And I didn't know who that is until the opening ceremony. Here, yes. So finally, I connected again. So like connected to face.
Oh, now our viewers are intrigued.
But I'm not at the liberty. You have to be in this. You have to be on the opening ceremony, and like now it's a closing ceremony. That's, I mean.
You guys have to make it in Almaty to learn about it.
Yeah, but that's the prediction. I was like, yeah, sure. Let's see about it. Like a Grand Prix, right? The guy didn't play for 2 years. How well he won the first leg, right? And then he
plays most of the chess games than anyone else. He streams chess and he plays so much games that he's very sharp in the calculations and always updated. And he wins the online competitions with these players there. So they I also was thinking that he was out of chess, but then when I realized that he plays more than anyone. Every day.
Well,
hundreds of games per day.
We can find people who play like 1,000 games of Blitz, right? But that doesn't mean they're gonna make it to candidates, right? It's like,
but it's Hikaru. He's very smart. He's very talented. He has a lot of skills and he knows how to complicate position for sure. And he knows that whenever he has initiative, not to let it go. So. That's mainly the difference, I think.
Yeah. No, he's okay. I think Amman is in trouble. Like I was thinking there might be some kind of a Zugzwang. Let's. Okay, we don't have a board anymore, but yeah. But now the king comes in. King comes in. Knight f4. Bishop d2. Knight takes h3, and something like bishop.
Well, if king stays on f7. I don't see that white is improving that much. Like white can get king d7, king d.
If I can have two moves in a row, like king e5 and bishop d2, black has to resign. Right. So.
Knight 7.
King e5 and bishop d2.
Okay. G5 pawn is hanging. Okay, it makes a lot of sense.
So, but I mean, it's against the rules of chess. So king e5, knight f4, and now, let's see, what would that be? What is the way? Bishop d2? No, it doesn't do anything. Okay. Bishop b4 check first. Or just h4. No, h4, knight g6. Bishop b4, king f7. No. Bishop d2, knight takes. Bishop e3, king f7. No, it just didn't work. It looked nice, but no.
How about bishop d2, bishop e3? To stack this knight here?
Yeah, but just king f7. How do you improve?
King f7.
Yeah.
And can we play king e4, king f3?
Oh, they go after the knight. That's the plan. Okay. You're right, yes. Knight g6. Okay, so there we go. King f6. Bishop a5. King e7. Okay, is there something to... Oh, king e7, maybe d5. Takes... No. Okay.
Bishop goes first on c7 to limit the knight. Maybe his plan is d5 at some point.
King d7 and back quickly.
And bishop b8.
And back.
d5, it takes d5, knight, king.
Knight f8 doesn't look good. Okay, well... But maybe it's enough, huh?
d5 is on the board.
So
this is gonna change a situation. After e takes d5, are you taking d5 pawn or you're going for g5 pawn with king?
That's an
f5.
interesting one. Oh, she just takes. No, but now king gets to g6, all right?
Knight e6 attacks the bishop. Bishop b8 makes a lot of sense to pass, or bishop g3.
Okay, the black should get his king on g6 quickly. Check there, king d5. No.
19 seconds and 30 seconds for black here. No time, but the position is not so hard to play for none of the sides. Bishop d6 check. King f6 makes a lot of sense.
6 maybe. So another check. King back to f7. Yeah, this is a draw. Okay. What else do we have in the men's draw?
Right. Is this the last game of a round?
No, I've seen there's a game of two Indian players, Nihal Sarin versus Raunak Sadhwani. And what's going on there? Oh, no, it's a draw.
To check out a Mamedev and Asipenko game.
Okay.
Seems to be very...
Mamedov Asipenko. Sorry. Yesipenko, yes. Mamedov Yesipenko. The game is over. And
yes.
Okay, let's take a look. 14 moves. Andrei Yesipenko,
oh no!
The famous winner of the. Remember the fantastic game he beat Magnus Carlsen in one of the Vaikanse and just loses in 14 moves to Rauf Mamedov. Let's see how it happened. Rui Lopez, nothing out of knight c3. Okay, so you really can beat like 2700 player with knight c3, move 5. And Rui
I'm
Lopez.
so curious what happened.
p5, bishop b3. There's only 8 moves left. Okay, I should take the notation out and guess every move. Okay. It's bishop c5. Looks good so far. Okay, knight d5.
I think something happened in the end.
Knight takes e4. That's a risky move. Okay. And a little bit naive too. So you see knight d5 from a strong grandmaster. Do you really think he offers you a
look
draw?
at the next move here, d4. This pawn is attacked 3 ways, and you still play d4.
Decides not to do that. Why is that? Like, what's wrong with it?
Queen e2, I guess, and you cannot play
castle. What's wrong?
Yeah, that's a good question.
What are we missing?
That's indeed a good question. Actually, why not to take?
It's just a castle, rook e1 is a strong initiative, but okay, well, it's 2 pawns. There should be an immediate win, otherwise it's just like...
But bishop e7 is also not so bad move there. You're not really blundering anything.
Okay, bishop e7.
After this, they castled.
Castle, rook e1. Knight d6. Alright, so this game will be over in 3 moves.
Still not guessing, right? How that's possible. c3?
Here comes a blunder. Here comes a huge blunder, knight f5. I guess position doesn't look too bad. It's just little inconvenience because you can't play bishop b7, knight takes f6. So you just need some sort of a consolidating move. I wonder if simple taking on e5 and knight c4 should be enough for to equalize. Maybe not, knight f6. Okay. Well, anyways, knight f5 allowed knight takes f7. Black has to take, and this is the end of it because you have to take it and just this, right? And
you can also play queen h5 now or earlier.
Well, immediate queen h5, knight d6. I'm not probably winning as well, but this is more than enough. It's an exchange, and attack continues. So it might be a checkmate.
Wow, nicely.
Wow,
nicely
what a blunder! What a blunder! Knight f5.
And knight f7 is truly the amazing move.
This is an interesting way of playing Rui Lopez. That maybe this line will become popular after the game like this. I know many people are checking out right now if that was all true.
Possible.
Yeah.
Do we have any more live games that we can take a look in the playing venue?
Yeah, I see Sam Shankland versus Alexander Indic still going on, but it should be over with Black winning. It's probably over. They just forgot to put the kings in the center of the board, or maybe the Black did not forget, but why did? Why just left the board? You know,
I think there's.
Yeah, they finished, and Sam Shankland lost. Well, this one of the Americans who came here was, I'm sure, with a high aspiration, and it just didn't go his way. How many points he has, by the way? Sam Shankland.
At this point, 4.
Okay.
So after the round 8, we have the situation that top boards we have draws, and then we have Vincent Kmar joining the leaders. So it will be Magnus Carlsen, Daniel Dubov, Abdusattorov, Norderberg, Fedosiev, Vladimir. Sorry, no, not Daniel Dubov. Carlsen, Abdusattorov, Fedosiev, and Kmar will now share the first places.
First place, okay.
So that's the situation. And in women's section, this is also quite interesting. First 2 boards, they made draw. and Garechkin Alexandrov won. So it means that we have a lot of leaders. Also, I can see that most of the players who had 4.5 points, they won their games. Savita, Tsatsalashvili, Bivol, they gonna share first places. Wow, the competition is huge. Still, we don't have in none of the categories sole leaders so far.
Yes, it's this day is over for girls. I think they're like was the
they're
last
gonna
round?
play 4 games today. Actually, they're gonna play last game.
Oh, they still?
Yeah.
Still-
Today we have 4.
Oh,
four
4 and
games.
4. Okay.
So.
All
yeah.
right, here we go. That's we got part 2 of the Pavel Trigubov presentation.
We're gonna have that first.
Second attempt. Let's hope this one will be successful.
round.
Attempt number 2.
No, the first task
Okay, we'll
is to
see how
find
this goes.
the game.
All right. Yeah, take your time and let's see what else was interesting this round today. I think a lot of unexpected results in the women's sections. There's favorites lost on top
Do you think
boards.
that someone will take a sole lead in open section after this round, or still we're gonna have some ways?
We
of
got
time?
4 people. No, I predict like we finished the day the way it started was a 4-way tie for first. Okay, the only question is who it going to be. Okay.
Yeah, we might have some switches of the.
Well, okay,
applicants.
I think we definitely lost that game. Okay, maybe we'll manage to find it later. But okay, let's switch to another one played in this round.
All right.
Played with Valentina Gunina, who had an extremely good start yesterday, 4-4. But today is not doing that great. He lost her first and second games today, and bounced back with this game against Gunay Mamadzada, young Azeri player. So nothing special happened in the opening. So we go quickly. Not the most ambitious line of the Slav defense played by Valentina. And nothing special so far. And here, the first interesting moment, Queen A1 played by white, by Valentina. Very interesting idea, trying to create weaknesses on King's side and provoking F6. I don't know if Black had a decent alternative here. Maybe Knight Df6 would be the better option, but for some reason Gunay didn't go this way. I don't know, maybe she was afraid of something like Knight G3 and after exchange on G3. Knight F5 is a very annoying threat, and after exchange on G3 Bishop F6 would be quite an annoying threat as well. So that was maybe the reason behind Gunay's decision to play F6, which is of course weakening quite considerably Black's king side. Okay, Rook D1, Rook D8, Knight G3. Well, it's a very natural move. Okay, Knight is hanging to F5, and Black cannot ignore this threat. So Knight E4 is going out after this exchange, and white bishops become very annoying starting from this point. So Knight G3, H take, Knight E5, Knight takes E5, F take. So, well, optically you can have an impression that Black is doing fine. She's got very strong center, but this center is not very stable, so it's quite easy for white to create some pressure on these 3 central pawns. Rook D2, D4. Well, otherwise, I think white is already training Knight Bishop E4, Bishop C4, which is quite big, maybe particularly Bishop C4, which is quite annoying using this pin. And Black should be very careful with these pawns. I don't know, maybe Rook D8 would be the better option. trying to keep center balanced and not moving not advancing one of the pawns. But it's also a hard choice. It's not very easy to play, and especially in the rapid games, such sort of positions when all central pawns should be watched out carefully. At any moment, white can come up with some unexpected blow. But maybe bishop c3, threatening bishop a5. White still have some resources to improve her position. Maybe bishop e2, threatening bishop f3. I don't know. Well, I would take white anyway. But anyhow, okay. Black decided to advance d pawn. Rook e2. Another pin on e file. Queen f8. Queen is going back to another diagonal. h6. Once again, black should take an important and responsible decision here. So maybe g6 would be the better option. But okay, then black squares are well, getting very, very weak. Maybe, well, knowing Valentina, I would expect bishop c4, king goes somewhere, and something like f4. And with bishop on b2, black's king on h8 would never be safe. So it's hard to say. Maybe the position is already not so good. But even still, I mean, optically it remains quite solid, yeah? But black, the problem for black is that she needs to take very tough decisions here. h6 was played. And queen goes to g6. Which is, of course, quite unpleasant. So this white light square diagonal is getting extremely weak. Bishop c6, pawn takes, and rook takes d4. Valentina is in her best performance here. A typical Valentina's play. Rook sacrifice. Oh, sorry. And I think this position is already lost. E takes, bishop takes, queen h6, mate is threatening, bishop e5, rook takes f5. And resigns. The point is after rook takes e5, ups, we cannot see it here, yeah, unfortunately. Rook takes e5, bishop takes e5, threatening both bishop takes c7 and queen h6 mate. Crushing attack by Valentina Gunina in her best style. I wish the further success to Valentina. Her games are always very exciting, very interesting to watch, to follow. So let's see what happens in the next round. Probably I didn't check, but maybe she remains the only uncompromised player. I mean, there are still no draws.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks, Pavel, for this nice presentation. The games of Valentina are always fun to watch, and we wish her like a speedy recovery from two losses in a row, which she already won one, right? So
yeah. So that's all.
The only thing she needs like 5 more, and that she'll be in a good shape.
That's
okay.
true, yeah.
All right. Thank you, and we are taking a little break at this point until the next round today.
Stay with us.
Yeah.
We have Vincent Kmar here with us, who just finished his game in the first game of the second day of the Rapid here by defeating none other than Fabiano Caruana. Congratulations on your victory. How do you feel right now?
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, the game was total mess. I think in the opening he was better. Then at some point I felt like I should have a really good position, but I was low on time, so I messed it up. And then we landed in this like weird end game. I won the piece, he took the 2 pawns, and then I think this endgame should be draw a 4 against 3, but then in the end here he blundered this h5 move, and I think then it should be lost. And yeah, with this h-pawn, I mean, I think if he would have had the different color bishop, then it's tricky, but this way it's quite an easy win, so then I was lucky even that with low time it was possible to win the game.
Even though you just mentioned it was an easy win, Caruana kept playing on. At this level, your level and his, does it make sense to play on in a completely lost position?
Yeah, I think these positions are always tricky, yeah? I mean, he controls the red diagonal. At some point, you know, I have to still show him that I know the way to win, and I think it doesn't lose anything for him if he plays a few more moves, so I totally understand that.
Generally speaking, how are you finding playing rapids? Is that the more preferred tempo for you, or are you more a classic player or a blitz? What is the most preferred tempo of play for you?
I don't know what is the preferred, but till now I played nearly only classical top tournaments, so this is like also my first World Rapid and Blitz Championship. And yeah, I mean, I was just going here because I think it's a very interesting event, and I was also trying to practice Blitz and Rapid, and I think so far it went quite well. I mean, on the first day the result was fine, the play was not that good still, but I think, yeah, we'll just enjoy the event and see what happens.
How did you prepare? Like, did you have a sparring partner? Did you play Rapid and Blitz games with someone? Or how does one prepare for Rapid and Blitz? And what is the key thing and different for preparation for Rapid and Blitz in comparison to classical chess?
I mean, depending on your style of play, you could also choose specific openings, because, I mean, first of all, here nobody can really prepare, maybe for the first one of the day, but for the next rounds it's impossible. And then also you might choose openings where it's like hard to find moves for the opponent, even if the line is not that good, simply because he has not that much time to think. And besides that, yeah, I think it makes sense to practice Rapid and Blitz with a sparring partner. I think that helps. But it's also very much like how the tournament starts, which opponents you get, and how you go in the first rounds, because, you know, like everyone is very strong, and if you start to be like in the middle of the field, it can also still happen that you play very strong opponents, and then, yeah, it's very tough.
Just when you mentioned it's good to have a sparring partner, did you have a sparring partner in preparation for this event?
Yes.
Do you want to tell us who it was? Okay. Well, thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you.
Life is full of exciting events, but it is our first impressions that we remember best. Your first diploma, your first job in a big company, unforgettable emotions from the first date, the first expensive things you bought when you got your first paycheck, and your first investments with Freedom Broker. Freedom Broker. Look at your favorite brands from a new perspective.
My name is Sam Shankland. I was the U.S. champion in 2018. My goal is to keep things as simple as possible, but no simpler. So if I believe there is an easy solution to something, I'm giving it. No questions asked. Thanks much, and I wish you the best for all your studying.
What a beautiful highlights we just saw. That was from this tournament, FIDE World Rapid Chess Championship 2022, the last event of a year. And we are having day 2 in the rapid competition. Here we are in the studio, Keti and Alexander in Almaty, Kazakhstan. And we are now going to see the last game of today, where we're going to have a little bit of clear picture who will be those group of the people who will lead tomorrow the competition. So let's get into the playing venue and check out the games.
Yeah, every single round here brings unbelievable matchups. Like there would be highlights for any tournament. And what do we have on board 1 today? Giga Kuparadze, probably the strongest amateur in the world right now. I'm saying amateur because the chess is not the main thing that he's doing. Okay, Kat is probably have a more insight of like what's Giga's doing for a living here.
Oh, he has a family business and he's very busy every day. And obviously he likes to train chess, play chess. He's quite often plays Title Tuesdays and rest of the tournaments on chess.com. But yeah, basically he says that he's not having enough time to train chess. And look at this. He is playing at the World Rapid Chess Championship against Magnus Carlsen.
And the round 9, not the round 1, by the way, just because of his low rating, right?
Yeah.
So the strongest amateur versus the strongest professional, who's going to win? And the position on the board right now is completely unclear. To put it mildly, I would even say that probably I prefer white here in this game. So Vladimir Fedoseev versus Vincent
And look
Kimmer.
at, oh sorry, we don't see the time. You and me see the time.
Okay.
But this is actually what I was talking about. 16 minutes. This is extra 1 minute from starting against Magnus Carlsen. You don't do these things.
Amazing.
You don't do these things. But it's Giga. He does all the time. And
Poor Magnus. I never seen him so intimidated in his life. Look at this. Like the game barely started. He's like 6 minutes behind on the clock. It's like, yeah, and Gigas that's not stopping. Why would you stop when you're doing so great? We
don't know why he's doing this, really, but he's extremely fast.
Play it fast, right? Magnus or not Magnus, who cares?
Yeah, look at him.
Yeah.
Look at him, so focused. Oh my God, he's so funny person, really, and the way how he's approaching everything. But I think in the Blitz he will have more chances. But what else you can ask for? You're playing in the round 8 on the first board against Magnus Carlsen. And
unbelievable.
you have 6 minutes more.
How can you do better than that? Okay, board 1 versus Magnus Carlsen when the 2/3 of the tournaments are behind you now. Okay, that promises to be a very interesting game. Let's go to the board 2. Fedoseev versus Kimmer. This is more of a quiet affair. The line is c5. This is something very popular opening right now. And after c takes d5, knight takes d5. Current battleground with e4 being the main move here, but Fedoseev. Fedoseev went a3. And we got this position where white is slightly better. Daniel Dubov versus Nadebek Abdusatorov. There is already...
Oh, this is very interesting position.
Yeah, there's already a critical moment on the board. And I wonder if Black is in trouble here.
Yeah, because look at this. White will now trade the dark square bishop and then will get d6 square for knight, for queen.
For a knight, and using this knight as a shield, we can quickly run the f1 all the way to f6. That looks like a plan, except for maybe Black planning to take back with a knight on e7 and then quickly trade our knight on d6 with... Oh, no. Nope. All right. So
Well, the black also has this knight on d5 and looks quite amazing. But the problem and the difference between these two knights is that knight on d6 will not be kicked by the black's pawn, but knight on d5 can be under attack of e4 pawn. So you can judge which knight is better. Queen b3 is a little bit
mysterious. Yeah, it's like against the general plan. You're supposed to attack on the king side, right? Or do you have a pawn majority? What are you trying to do with Queen b3? Okay, well, we'll see. Board 4, young Krishnov Duda versus Dmitry Andreikin. That's the first time we're talking about him on the top board, so he probably was having a good day today. Was joining the leaders. And what is the situation? Okay, well, again, it's a very, very topical setup. Early, was it a6? Played early, right? Yeah, it's on move 3, and this is a position that I played myself. I with black a couple of times.
Look at them! Spectators! So cute! I don't know what's the average age of this kid, but they look very young and very
I think
curious.
those binoculars are bigger than they are.
That's a great idea to spot your favorite player.
Absolutely.
Actually. Yeah.
Maxim MVL. Maxim Vasilyev is making back to leaders and playing Arjun Eriga. See, they're the very interesting position with good attacking chances for white again. We'll see the very aggressive style of Arjun in this tournament was bringing some points. And this looks extremely dangerous
looks amazing for white here. Something like e5, bishop h6, bishop g6 ideas, sacrificing everything on the king side to open up the files. Extremely dangerous position for MVL, who is, by the way, not playing on the top board. So far, we have not seen any single game of MVL, which is quite strange. But again, I would like to compare of last year. Last year, he won the Blitz competition. So it started like this for Hikaru and for MVL, that they were slow in the rapid, and then suddenly next day, for the Blitz tournament, MVL won, and Hikaru also had a very, very nice start.
Yeah, all those guys are like super, super professionals. Obviously, they do not try to conserve their energy for the last day. It's the way the tournament goes, but there will be super, super dangerous on day 3 of.
And everyone has its own favorite time control, so perhaps their favorite time control is a Blitz.
Okay. That you can tell by again by the body language that how quiet and content Arjun is sitting there. Okay,
he's that person.
It's not looking away. I mean,
he's that person. Actually, it's so pleasure to see the way how he respects his opponents. No matter he's losing, he's winning. He always has this very calm face and the body gesture. He won the tournament back in August in Abu Dhabi, where I was also myself playing, and it was just an easy run for him with all these 400 participants, very strong grandmasters. With his face, he just won the tournament. Look at it.
As soon as I said that, here we go.
I think he is stealing my technique of getting the energy.
Okay.
Looking in the
when we're done, you should go to that table. It's number 5 and look in exactly that direction.
What is there?
Yeah, what is there? It might be something very, very important. Okay, anyway, so next 2 tables
we have a close-up of Arjun.
There we go.
He's 19 years old. Oh, he's a bit sleepy.
Really? Everything was so boring today for you, Arjun?
I think it's just he's too relaxed. I lost my voice.
Oh, okay.
He's sleepy. I lost my voice. Something is not okay today.
Next 2 boards, 2 Russian matchups. Nipo plays Alexei Sarana, and Evgeny Tomashevsky plays Alexander Grishuk. Again, Alexander Grishuk, who's a perennial favorite in this tournament. Probably talking about him for the first time today, and we didn't talk about him yesterday.
First time? Since?
Today? Yeah, I think we didn't mention him at all. Just like,
oh, sorry. I went somewhere
oh, they
else.
already drew. Okay, so all right, must be good friends, and I know the Nipo and Alexei all good friends too, but they definitely play in move 21 on the board.
Okay.
And here's American matchups. After that, Fabiana Caruana and Timur Gareev, a game that easily could have happened in the American Championship. Some classical Rui Lopez, while Fabi is notoriously good in those kind of position. I don't think it was like such a great opening choice for Timur, but we'll see how it goes. Let's quickly go what else is there.
Yeah, at some point we have to get back in the game of Magnus Carlsen and Giga Huhbaraza and check it out. Has Giga gained 20 minutes on the clock, or he started to think?
Suddenly we see the end game with no, there's no extra pawn, but wouldn't knight d6 force the opposite color bishops with like good drawing chances for white?
From the moment we checked last time, he has spent about 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
Well, yeah, that's a very intense.
Look at
yeah,
Magnus.
it's very intense thinking for Giga. Usually, okay. No, but
what is that? Magnus Carlsen's photo. This
There
is a
is a
young
fake.
fan.
Wow, it is already signed
nice.
or not yet? No.
Oh wow, this is so cute. Never seen such a thing. This is amazing to have fans like that.
Well, I wish Magnus
I wish
could
I have
see
fans
that.
like that. How about you? Also wish?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Well,
Why not?
the only thing we have to do is just to win World Championship.
Such an easy run. I don't know why we don't do it so far.
Yeah, there's so many incentives. Like, it's just all right. Anyway, knight d6, and yeah, Magnus understands that if he wins a pawn by taking on d6, it's going to be almost immediate draw. So he tries to keep both bishops on the board, and it's a serious. Oh, okay. Rook a4, rook d1 looks super dangerous. So rook back to c1, rook d2. That's not pleasant. Does that mean that Magnus just tricked Giga? Okay. If
Would not be surprised with that too, because
rook c1, yeah, rook c1, rook d2. Looks like black is going to win a pawn, and then two bishops, no threats on the white side. Yep, that's what happened. And the bishop c3, rook takes a2. So this is a position is on the board. And what, rook e1? That looks logical. Unfortunately, yeah, bishop e2. Black has a lot of ways to protect the pawn on e6. Now Magnus has two bishops and an extra pawn. I don't know if allowing bishop f3 would be such a good idea. So white probably has to go. Well, f4, but then bishop f3, it's going to be lost. So king g2, the only move. Play it fast. Okay. This is the moment where you should play it fast, right?
He starts to think when he has problems, as you can see.
He's thinking about rook a1.
Possible. Why not rook a1?
Rook c2, rook takes a7. No, it's going to be a checkmate. No. Come on. No, don't do this.
What is it?
f4. No, it's like it allows bishop f3 and then... Oh no, bishop f3, rook takes e6. Okay, well in this case...
Well, he wants to play something like king f2? Or why he played f4? To blockade the pawn on e6 probably. Like to
he
stop.
wants to fix the pawn on b3, yeah. Okay. So
Magnus
what's
move
the plan for Black to
A5
improve
is
it?
something like trap to me. He would not play move like that. He doesn't have any plan. It's kind of waiting move to me.
I don't really like f4. I mean, king g2 was so natural and like should have been played. And this doesn't look good for white. So let's go on. Let's maybe check out top games in girls section.
Yeah, we can do that, and very interesting situation is indeed there as well. So a lot of players sharing first place, and I can see 8 players in total. First 8 places are shared.
8-way tie
yeah.
for first.
Yeah.
With 5.5 out of 7. Okay. Okay.
Earlier, Alex, we were talking about the prices, and according to the regulation, our prize money is divided equally among the players with the same score in the women's section. And I have, I think this is same also for the men. We have a little bit different regulation in open section and women's section, but basically these things are just the same.
Okay. So what do you think? Did they already take a picture of Giga playing Magnus here and his business already printed out the huge posters? It's going to be all over the place. I mean, can you imagine better advertising?
On TV. He was in a national TV, and he said in Georgia, yeah.
Okay.
And he said that never in his life he would imagine that he would appear on the national TV.
Oh,
this
wow.
is huge thing, and he would not.
If the guy plays like this, he should not be that humble.
He won one of the Title Tuesdays or one of the speed championships on Chess.com during pandemia, and then somehow they learned about him, his activities, his way of playing chess, and he appeared to be on TV, which is huge. You know, you don't randomly go and just on TV.
Yeah, I predict Giga will make a comeback to a national TV after this.
Big news in Georgia.
Okay. I mean, it's a great game and everything, but can we
go to the women's section and let's check it out. Tanjongi, how she's doing against Bivola and Lina on the first board.
Okay. Okay, 1 for Magnus. Yeah, Magnus had like a couple of really good choices here. We can go rook c2. Probably rook c2. And then it would take in on f4. Okay. Is there a reason not to play rook c2, maybe take on a1? No, rook
He's
c2.
gone for rook to c2. Bishop is under attack.
Yeah, the rook is so active, like unless you win something by force, there's no reason to trade it.
He goes where? Bishop to...
Bishop to e5, they traded on f4. Oh, d4, not traded on f4. And... is it? Maybe it's not that simple. Because a5 is hanging. You gotta feel. Oh, there's gonna mate in net, right? Bishop h4 and bishop f3, and the white rook cannot leave the back rank. And yeah, okay, that is very passive position for white. And bishop h4 is an hour on the next move. Maybe bishop f3 first, and then bishop h4, and it's the mate in net for a king. The rook has always the guard the back rank, and yeah, the black can simply collect all the pawns in the second rank. Yeah, you can see it's a pretty relaxed Magnus. He knows he's winning. bishop f3 first, and yeah, he's cruising to victory. Let's see what's
our chat says that Neyman is in a huge problem against Yu Yangi on the board 10. Maybe we can check it out.
Yep, let's do this. This is the rook ending where Neyman already... Oh, he's 3 pawns down at the moment. Is there any drawing chances? No, well, we know that it's 3 pawns is enough.
3 pawns.
Yes, enough. So our prediction is that White is going to win.
Look at the cover. Look at the cover.
Oh, wow.
Look at the cover, and this little girl is so cute. She tried to cover. She's talking. Mother says like, "Don't talk." Wow, they were so cute. They're so cute.
Who's playing chess?
I think there are spectators just checking out. One of the game has been ended. Our camera is trying to catch it. Oh, it's a Yu Yangi.
Okay,
he
so
won.
Hans resigned. It's too many pawns indeed. Yeah, so let's...
Another proof that 3 pawns are always winning. Another spectator. So many spectators in the playing venue with the Santa Claus hat. Cute one again.
Yeah, and they're not just like looking where the Magnus sits, right? They're trying to see what's going on the boards.
Well...
Oh, wow. So, no, I mean, like...
Can we have cover on that side of the playing venue? That's the most fun happens there.
Okay,
so
let's get back to Giga.
But Alex, this kind of tournaments, just imagine for these young players or not even players, when they see people around the world here at this point, this is something magical. And then you also want to start to play chess.
Oh, yeah.
Myself, I started to play chess because I thought that it's a good opportunity to travel. And I wanted to travel, and I knew that I could travel if I get second place or if I get first place. So.
Okay, well, so you really started to play chess because of that, or
I was at the age of 7.
Chess and then you were like, oh, I travel a lot. Okay.
I started to play chess. I knew chess before because of family. Then I started at the school. Then I played my first tournament in Batumi. It was Georgian Championship, and the winner got first place. Second place got the right to play European Championship in Spain. And I was like, Spain? That sounds so good.
There we go.
And it was at the age of 7, and from at the age of 8, I'm traveling until this moment. So very dedicated ideas and goals I had at that age. So you never know what these kids are thinking and are getting the inspiration from. I think Giga's king side is just paralyzed right now.
Yeah, I wonder if Magnus will try to set up some sort of maiden net or just simply push the H pawn all the way. Both looks like winning plans to me, but all right. Okay, so we clearly have a preference of this game. We have to continue to discuss. But Magnus is winning. Okay, do we see a winning Magnus? We were seeing him winning today all day.
Yeah, Magnus
someone
had
else.
really nice, nice run. In the first day, he won 4 games and made 1 draw. Today, it's not as good as yesterday. He won first game against Van Forest, and then he made the draw against Fedosiev, Dubov, and now this is the 4th game. If he scores here, still not bad result.
Okay, so if he wins, he's going to have 7.5 out of 9?
Yeah,
okay,
that's right.
And how many people could join him after that?
Yeah, for the moment, we have 4-ways tie. Kemar, Abdusaturov, and Fedosiev. So let's take a look, actually. Fedosiev and Kemar, they are the closest rivals to Magnus Carlsen.
not very exciting endgame. White still has some pleasant pressure, but few precise moves in this position and might quickly dissipate into just uneventful draw. And knowing that Peter Leko was a coach of the Vincent Kimmer, I would suggest that Black will accurately defend this position here. So, okay. Dubov Abdusatorov. This is a very exciting match up, and defending champion might be in trouble.
Second
Somehow.
game in a row.
Before
Look at these pawn chains for white e2, f3, g4, h5, and for black h6, g7, f6, e5. Looking amazing, but white has this very strong pawn on d6, and I think that's the biggest challenge here for Nodirbek after Saturov.
Yeah, okay. Well, so white has to make a decision right now. He can play queen d3 and continue to look for chances to using this pawn on d6. Or if queen a7 somehow works and the black cannot take on d6, then white is winning. But I don't see how does that happen. Like a queen a7, rook takes d6. I don't see a next move for white. Queen b8 check and king e7. No, it's not enough. Maybe it's enough for black to hold this position, and if they draw, they're not gonna join Magnus, right?
Well, Magnus is in a good position to win. Abdusatorov is the closest to Magnus,
okay,
in
so
fact.
only Nodirbek can join him. Okay, all right. So we're not gonna have four-way tie.
Okay, so here's this picture right now. Magnus is having winning position. Kemar and Fedosiev have very equal endgame, and Abdusatorov is the one who is defending. So maybe draw gonna happen in this game. In that case, we might have Magnus Carlsen in the end of a second day sole leader of the Rapid Chess Championship.
Oh wow! Okay, so and if Magnus is leading after the 2 days.
We can predict the last day
happen,
as well.
Right?
Yes.
You know what's going to happen. Yeah. Well, it's very determined, Magnus Carlsen, in this tournament, and I've seen it on a day even before the tournament. There was a mountain trip for the top players, and we already spoke about it. Out of the 20 players, and only 3 players showed up. But when we arrived to I think it's 3,200 meters. It's where the ski resort is, and it was not enough for Magnus. Magnus said, "What is that peak over there?" And
oh
said,
no! The organizers
Magnus,
were probably like, "No, don't ask us to go there."
Well, he said, "Can I just go there?" And we said, "Well, technically it's possible, but okay." And when Magnus heard that it's technically possible, that's all he wanted to hear. He just took off and.
Did he made it on the? On the peak?
He went up to the peak
and he made a photo. He posted actually on.
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
Oh, I missed that. Okay,
I'll show you. I'll show you.
All right. So that's a determination, right? Mm-hmm. That's like you can tell that the guy wants to win, and we see it in his games. And,
that's right.
All right, we still getting no footage from girls there.
But we can. Do we have the games, or we don't see the games now?
We do have the games. All right, so
okay, you can go there.
We know. Let's go. So Tanjani versus Alina Bivol. Alina playing board 1. Why am I not surprised? Against nice position for a Chinese player, and who seems to be on a like unbelievable streak of like a phenomenal performances lately. Just another great position, and if Black allows it to go for, I know, 4 or 5 moves, it just okay. Well, some breakthrough, either e5 or what is this? And for some reason,
Queen h7 is.
For some reason, e6 is not hanging. Oh, bishop takes e4.
Okay. The idea of Queen h7 is to take on e4. So it kind of provocates white's pieces here.
Takes.
And if you play bishop d3, there's knight f2, which attacks the bishop and the pawn on e4 at the same time.
I see. Okay. Well, actually, pretty nice idea. It's not that easy to defend that pawn. Okay, that's. This is interesting, complicated position. Alexandra Gerashkina versus Alina Danilyan. 2 bishops for white, probably pressing. So Gerashkina is better here. We'll see what happened. And Tsatsalashvili versus Abdulmalik. Very active rook for white. Knight can go to d5 and f6. On the other hand, the black already has a pass pawn.
I think they have ended as they are adjusting the pieces, and it was a draw.
I'm like totally surprised. Like, I think the game just started. It's such an interesting position. Okay, that's a draw. That then keeping the nice tournament situation, like getting ready for tomorrow. And any interesting? Alexander Kastanyuk already won, which is something that seems like a nice game.
Alex, today is a very special day for Katya Lachno, who has a birthday today. And in the highlights, we saw the video where she was receiving the flowers from the organizers.
Oh, wow.
It happened today for her birthday.
Okay, let's see how he's doing. Is Miriam Chichan gonna give her like a nice birthday gift here? It could happen. Yeah, Black's position looks really good here. All right, here we go. Back to the men's section, and Giga Kuparadze finally got his king out of trouble, activated it, but and he at the same time blocks the f pawn.
And look at the time situation. 6 minutes 45 seconds.
He's doing
Magnus
great.
Carlsen is down to 1 minute.
He actually might be doing great if a knight from a5 can join the game quickly by like knight c4, b5.
Did he push b5?
He doesn't have to.
He just sacrificed the...
But what for? Knight c4, knight e3 brings the knight back to defense. Like
he wants to play probably c6.
Is he playing for a win?
Yes.
Okay.
He does.
All right. Well, and why not, right?
It's such a joy to have him on the first board. Playing against Magnus Carlsen, and look at this. He's actually focused. He's thinking, but he's using opponent's time. This is so unfair for.
That's his secret, right? He's using opponent's time.
I don't know what's his secret, but look at this. He's so focused. Magnus Carlsen has less than 1 minute, just seconds on the clock, and the opponent is stealing that.
40 seconds versus 6. What happened? What bishop e6? What did he know? Couldn't play that. What was the movement?
Yeah, I don't really see that, but I think Giga was a bit surprised or not happy with that. Okay, rook g4.
And after rook f... Oh, I can't play rook f5, bishop b4. Okay.
Okay. Okay, we cannot do some magical things like distract the bishop.
F2, no. No, king e3, bishop g5. Yeah, I think b5 was completely unnecessary. It looked like a nice position for white. Just bring the knight to defense. The pawns are blocked and like.
Can he push c7 here? And after king
d7.
d7. Yeah, it's so difficult to find here the move for the rook.
Yeah, the knight. The main reason is I think the knight on a5 now is out of play. That's why I would never do b5. I mean.
Well, he played b5 very fast, and then he started to think in this position. 5 minutes is a good time to find a move like rook g4, actually.
Yeah, rook g4 is a great finish by Magnus, I think. Unfortunately, I think.
Let's see. He's not going to give up that easily. He's taking the rook.
Takes, and how's it gonna stop?
Bishop to f2 tries to stop these pawns on the dark squares.
He's going to send his king forward while blocking the pawn. Bishop b4.
Knight is under attack. King to d4, attacking the bishop. Well, that's the best scenario. If Magnus takes on a5, king takes d5. Probably is not lost, because before in king c4 you catch this pawn with the king, and we have obstacle color bishop.
Yeah, you know what? Might not be that such a simple position, and Magnus down to.
Oh, we're gonna see this.
Bishop goes to c7.
How about bishop g3 now?
Yeah, but then b pawn will go forward, and if you go king c4, I'll take on e5. So.
And f2. I see the point.
3 passers again. You know, it's a magic number, like 3 passers.
Everybody remember 3 is a magic number.
Yeah,
I think Magnus Carlsen just.
if not for a b pawn, it could be bishop g3 could have held it. But yeah, he's going to use a b pawn as a deflection, and then bishop takes e5 is unstoppable. Yeah, you see immediately. The picture is changed. He's relaxed now.
Yeah, he's moving. Earlier, he was very tense and concentrated. I'm sure he knows Giga.
He does?
Oh, yeah, for sure, because Giga plays, I think, all the years, the Rapid and Blitz tournament. And Magnus is a player that he checks a lot of games. And I would not be surprised if Magnus knows a lot of games of Giga.
Okay, there we go.
Looking in the camera and smiling.
And smiles, yeah.
Wow,
smiling with his eyes.
so nice. So nice. Giga decided to keep the king on the king side to control 2 pawns, and then bring the bishop to the queen side to control b pawn.
So b4, king f4, b3, right? Too late.
And bishop to d4.
Bishop to
b6. And bishop f2. No, it's not winning. No, it's not winning.
2. Yeah, f2, right? Okay. Oh, bishop where? d4. b3, yes. King e3. What would be the most precise way? Bishop b6. Yeah,
he's bringing the king. King e7, king e6.
King f2, king e6.
Bishop b6 now?
Bishop, yeah.
Oh, why not bishop b6 there?
Yeah.
You are pinning the bishop and then b2.
Takes b2, c7, king d7, e6, and e7.
Okay.
Yeah, no, Magnus is not gonna give any chances here. But king d5.
Attacking the pawn on c6. This pawn will be gone.
He's gonna take a pawn on c6.
Oh, he has already figured out what to eat for dinner at this point. In this position, already calculated all the possible ways to win. And
Let's see if there's going to be after the game discussion.
no, there will be not discussion because Giga doesn't speak any English, so I don't believe that there will be. But we're gonna say it maybe somehow.
Bishop b2 takes, and yeah, okay, there we go. King goes to the center and everything.
Yeah, but it was a fun game for sure for us to see and learn about another player who is not a professional chess player but can still compete at his best. And see, they don't communicate. And this is, I think, one of the first time when Magnus did not stop and talk, not because of his upset. It's just the communication issues, yeah.
Okay, well, maybe it will be an incentive for Giga to learn English first. What do you think?
To communicate.
To just communicate with Magnus, to tell him, by the win.
Here's the thing, because we all want him to play more. And for that, he needs to study openings. And he says that I don't have time for that. Imagine him having time for language, English to speak with opponents. So yeah, it's just...
But okay, learning the openings might not be so useful for a business, but English could be, right? So, but...
True. Okay, we have to suggest that new idea.
Okay.
This is... it was a resignation?
Yeah, and...
Bela Tsatsalashvili.
Just lost to
Savita-Shri. And Vincent Kamer is still playing against Fedosiev.
So Savita is going to play on one of the top tables tomorrow. Who is she?
Very good question. It's time to use Google and search a little bit about her. So her current rating is 23. 11, she's from India, woman international master. I believe she's quite young, born in 2007. And let's check out what has been the tournaments that she was playing. Not too much of the information, right? So there is, very interesting. 2020, she was the player who jumped from 1900 rating to 2200.
In 2 months.
In 2 months.
2 years ago, during the pandemic. How is it possible? There were no tournaments.
She gained about 100. This is ChessBase India. We trust. I was like, is that even possible? What resources we are using? But this is ChessBase India, and we totally trust them. Yeah, that's a good issue. A good question, actually. Ele Regat Open.
Okay, this is Spanish tournament, right?
Yes. Okay, Sunway Sitges.
Okay, yeah.
So she was traveling in Europe.
And what was her result?
Lorca Opening. Okay, that's Spanish. She was getting rating 70 points in one tournament.
Right, okay.
That's also the fact that she's junior. Exactly. She's getting
K14. Some extra points.
42 in the next tournament, 82 in the next tournament, 52. Not impressive to get 52 rating point after that. And so on and so on.
All right, so we're learning a new name. So everybody, Shri Savita, okay? We'll see tomorrow. We'll see how serious.
Oh, Magnus is still there. Look at him. He doesn't want to go. He was still on the camera. He's back.
Yeah, no, he's interested who his opponent is going to be.
Something dropped down.
Okay.
Very curious what's going on.
Okay. I think it's time to talk haircuts a little bit too.
Yeah, it's a very good time. Maybe we can just put the Fedosiev and Tsatsalashvili game.
Sure, yes.
And
looks like it's going to be... Is it?
Equal position? Is it equal?
Rook takes f7, check, and rook g6. Yeah, It's going to be a draw. Okay. King b5, rook g6, rook f5, and the king d7. Yeah. It's time to offer a draw. There we go.
And board 3 has been ended in a draw, which means that Magnus Carlsen is a sole leader.
Sole leader. What a surprise. Okay, I have to...
Who would imagine? Who would imagine? A lot of players are leaving the playing venue. Let's zoom in the playing venue and check out what is happening there. Is there any game still in progress? Some spectators?
I see a couple of games. Yeah, didn't finish yet.
Yeah, this is like this is, I think, Mongolian chess player. We checked his game yesterday. He's now having a little chat with the spectators. We can see more games in the playing venue.
Let's see how many players can you name in this picture. Okay, because my
Olvia,
count is
Tanya.
yeah, Tanya in the back. Okay,
Emwiel,
this guy.
Arjun. Emwiel, I think, just lost because he was having a very bad position against Arjun.
Did he? Emwiel.
Yes. I think we have.
Yes, 1-0. There we go.
We have French players on the side, Maze and Mossard, chatting and waiting for MVL, probably to live together. MVL smiles and greetings.
Who are these guys?
Hold on. I need to pronounce it correctly because he's a really, really nice guy, very strong grandmaster from Armenia, very young and very impressive. He beat me like I had a smile on my face because he played so nicely. I was even Haik Martirosyan
versus Maxim Taruk.
Yes.
And what happened? Haik won. Okay. So...
Yeah, very talented player, Haik. And Armenian chess is indeed very strong. Joby on the background, smiling. And they are, like, most of them are just leaving the playing venue. We can see Atalik, Katerina, and Mambazada.
Okay.
And here we have Donchenko.
They're really playing so low. I don't have them here.
Alexander Donchenko is playing on board 34 against Denis Lazavik.
All right.
And seems like black has an extra pawn.
Extra pawn and... Well, too bad we don't have time, but...
At the European Championship, which just happened a week before than this one, Alexander was playing, and at the interview he said that he's not playing well Blitz tournament, but this is a warm-up tournament for him, and this was the main tournament of the year.
I was always surprised to hear that people were actually counting on do well at that kind of a tournament, because I can never predict during like my long chess career. I could never predict that I will do well or not so well at the tournament. It was always coming. If I was winning, it was always coming as a huge surprise for me. And the other way around.
Talking about that, you cannot see the future, right? That's that clear. That makes sense. For instance, like Nino Tsatsalashvili, who plays now on the top boards on the women's section, she had a horrible tournament at European, and her brother came from Norway in Poland to support her, and I remember he was telling her, don't worry, you usually do like this, you have a horrible tournament and then you have a best tournament. So I bet at World Championship, and look at her, she's doing so far amazing. So
yeah, that's
just
right.
Players kind of believe in these kind of things.
No.
Is gonna be there some kind of checkmate net?
No, he plays knight g3, I think, with the idea of simply playing knight on e4, protect on g5, and this is going to be a nice cluster of pieces just moving forward, and white just doesn't have resources to hold it. Okay. So Petros, let's see.
Another beautiful game. We can see Petrosian and Anish Giri. Anish Giri was doing so far really good today. This is board 9.
Yes, okay. Let's see.
Petrosian,
Oh,
Anish Giri.
Okay, so let's see from starting in move 26. Tigran Petrosian.
There was one comment at one of the commentary.
Yeah.
When commentators said Tigran Petrosian, one guy commented, "I thought he was dead."
Yeah.
That was the best comment, actually. You know, when you're so tired and someone says, such a joke, probably it was a joke. Or, yeah, maybe not even a joke, but...
All right, so queen g7, Anish offers the queen trade, and yeah, if the queens are traded, bishop on h1 is out of play, the position. So white naturally avoids the queen trade, and let's see how Anish breaks through, because position... black is clearly better, but breaking through is another story. Okay, king h6, a very brave move too. I don't like this trade, you know, knight on d5 was so nice. And, so he was counting on rook d1, but...
something is going to be very dangerous.
And then just beautiful finish. Okay, let's see. If I want to give it as a problem to someone, it's like rook f8, king f1. Unfortunately, position is winning.
Already the problem, yeah?
Yeah, it's winning in many different ways. Yeah, it's like and I cannot take the rook out of the
I just spotted why it's so beautiful.
No, he sacked the rook,
yeah.
which is great. Yeah, it's checkmate. Yeah. Okay, well. Nice finish, nevertheless. So, Anish going to be in a good mood before tomorrow. Okay, and how many points he's?
Anish has after this win 6.5.
6.5. He's going to be 1 point behind.
Yeah, a lot of players are having 6.5 after this round. So,
all right, so. Yeah, tomorrow promises to be like super interesting.
I think we're gonna see a lot of dramatic situations and changes.
All right. Who do we have on the screen?
Donchenko again is on the screen.
It's been a long day. Yeah.
And Lazovic Denis actually got knight and the rook versus rook from that position. And this might be a long game.
Okay. Any unexpected results? Let me quickly check. Fabi beat Timur. That's the one.
Yeah.
Murzin lost to Artemiev, another Russian setup matchup.
I think there was some kind of blunder in that game. Maybe we can see the last position.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. Happens.
What happens? Like knight g6? Oh my god. Okay. It's been a long day, not only for us, right?
Yeah.
How can you play knight d5? He probably thought the queen is on d2 or something. Okay, well.
Yeah, this is a typical idea.
Okay. And yeah, well, I mean, I would perfectly imagine that. Oh yeah, okay. The Boris Gelfand. There is something that we have to briefly talk about it. We never mentioned him today. Can you check how is he doing right now? He drew his last game and he's in the 5.5, right? It's just definitely not a threat to Magnus. But who was he playing today? Yeah, not in this round, but in like the whole day. So he beat Rinat Jumabayev. Okay, but very promising, talented player from Kazakhstan. And Drew Shansergishan was a rapid specialist, and Raunak Sadwani, so he's still...
Yeah, so he won one game and lost one game, made 4 draws so far. Last game against Indic was draw or still playing?
No, they already drew.
And he got 2 plus.
2 forfeit wins in the round 3 and 4 against Iranian players. It's something that we did not comment on yesterday because we just didn't know.
How to react to that,
Nobody told us that. Well, you know, the situation is like a keep on, I know, mounting. It just should not continue like this, and that something has to be done about it. I mean, it's clear that Iranian players could not play and get back to Iran.
Yeah.
Okay, so they have no choice, but well.
Yeah, it's basically we don't know how to react. It's not a chess matter. I think it's just matter of the safety of the people, and yeah, indeed. I think every word that we say has a lot of meaning, but we understand the situation of both sides, how hard it is.
And speaking of Iranian players, how come? Well, asking us is on day one. Anybody knows?
Tabatabai was doing great on the day one, and now I see another Iranian player, Parham, doing not so bad actually. He's playing on top 15 boards, and Tabatabai has not had the best. They had some kind of like wins and lost against Grishchuk, then against David Anton, then won 2 games in a row, and then Sanan Sigurov was his last opponent.
Wow, he beat Hare Krishna before that. So I mean,
yeah,
like, amazing. So he's going to be on 6 points, right? So both Parham and him on 6 point, and 6 point out of 9 in the World Championship, you know, would normally be a great result. Well.
Yeah, it is.
The only exception is that you're out of probably contention with the Magnus, who's on 7.5, unfortunately.
Yeah, not so bad tournament. He's gaining some rating points, and of course, it is good to win the tournament, but the prices are on 35 places in the open section, which is really nice to get any of these places. Like, for instance, if you get 16 place, you will get $5,000. So, yeah,
not bad at all for 16th place. Okay.
Yeah, once in a while we should be treated with this kind of end games and long end games. Do we have anything else, or just this game?
It's the last game on the floor. Well, what could you say about Rook versus Rook on the night? Yeah, you could you can definitely lose this if you don't pay attention. But if you have, I don't know, I would say 30 seconds on your clock, you should not. Basically, you just try not to get mated in one or get forked.
Yeah.
If you'll manage to do that, no, why not? Go to the corner. Don't worry about it. Go to the corner. That's...
and try to stalemate?
Really, doesn't matter.
Maybe just not fell for the fork. That's the way to lose this game.
That's an interesting. So I have like a long chess career, right? I mean, played thousands of games.
Yeah.
I only had Rook and a Bishop when I was trying to convert.
Yeah.
And I only have like Rook and a Knight when I needed to defend. It's just not. There's no mix, no hybrid. Like
never had Knight and the Rook. Only one game I can recall about Rook and the Bishop, actually, versus Rook. So Donchenko seems to be visibly upset.
No, it's not his choice. I mean, that he should just sit there and try not to blunder. That's it. What? Okay. Yeah, I would suggest basically to keep the rook and the king on a certain distance so they would not be forked.
Rook all the way. All the way.
That's not
other
correct.
side.
Yeah, it's too close. I mean, go.
He's
like
trying to cut the king, I think, not to get closer.
Knight f3 and the dance repeats. Rook a1. I know, knight f5.
Actually, we don't see much of this kind of positions in the classical game. People likes to offer draw or make a draw earlier.
Well, once I remember the Garry Kasparov beat Judith Polgar, and but I don't remember it was a rapid or maybe it was classical game. But yeah, she obviously blundered. Oh, 93. Oh no.
93.
93 king g5.
Yeah.
Okay.
The rook on
He got
h6
lucky, or just that's what he wanted? Okay.
I think he's a bit nervous too.
No, I would be 35.
Because of the type.
Okay, is he gonna make a move or lose on time?
5 seconds. 93.
Gonna take it? No.
Take it.
Take the rook.
Take it.
Take a rook, please. All right, guys.
Take it now.
There's a new
No, second
There's a
chance
new
in
day
a row
tomorrow.
to be a hero of a day.
Again. All right. Check. Oh, check.
King e3 maybe? Oh, sorry, c3.
Okay.
And rook.
Away.
Oh, I blundered rook
B6,
g3. I
not on
blundered,
not on
yeah.
G- yeah. Are you sure G3
Is it G3?
now
Yeah.
or B6?
That's a very good question.
Yeah, sometimes for these situations, actually the chessboard needs letters and numbers, right? Because
That's
look
true.
at us commentators, we have no idea how do we call the moves right now?
Yeah, the one way we can do this is to check the colors. That's what I'm gonna do right now.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah,
Which
colors will
sides? Yeah.
help. Okay.
We can. That's how difficult it sometimes gets.
All right, guys, we had enough fun.
Okay, Donchenko is with white pieces, so.
White, so his king is on e6.
Mhm.
Ooh, centralization. Okay.
Okay, we don't even have a digital board to count, yeah? How many moves?
No. All right, so it's gonna go for another.
Yeah, I think some of the chess rules are needed to be changed to adjust the new speed of chess. For instance, at this point, I think it would be very nice for players to know how many moves they have already played. For now, they have no information. They have no right to ask for the arbiter how many moves they have played.
Yeah.
So that's why it continues. It loses the quality for everyone. And imagine this is the last round now. Most of the players have already left. But if it's not the last round, then it's rescheduling, and our viewers and spectators sees this position. So, in my opinion, it would be great to, at the moment, the last piece was changed. Arbiter should announce them what is the
Oh yeah, to tell them that's the move.
or have some kind of board to let them know after every 20-30 moves that this is the time move
Maybe
order.
some kind of device like a metronome, okay, where it's like just counting moves. And
because this is, I think this is unfair for Donchenko at this place. It's equal position, it's draw's position, and he has to play endlessly until the opponent decides to offer a draw. Or he feels that this is the moment. The arbiter can interrupt the game if it's 75 moves only.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yes. So rules has to be changed.
Absolutely, yeah.
New suggestion for the people who makes decisions. It should be changed for sure.
Okay. There's nothing else you can do with your time? Just play this endgame? No, I mean, black had the winning position like before. I mean, it's really... Okay. D3.
But of course, arbiters are writing down the moves that, because if Donchenko stops the clock and asks for a draw and 50 moves, they need to give the number. But is it interesting situation that Donchenko offers a draw here? What the opponent would react? He will not offer. I know he will not offer.
Yeah, he will not offer. I think the etiquette says that if you're not the one who has winning chances, you do not offer a draw.
Of course, there is another thing about rating barrier when there's higher rating. This kind of etiquette. I think sometimes when there is a chess player who is not experienced, young players, they're asking draws like 3-4 times in one game. But by the time, I think experience and many games gives you these lessons.
Yeah. Okay.
Or I have a good idea. The moment we have such a situation, we have a paper, we have a pen, we're gonna write down the moves ourselves, just to know what is the situation for ourselves.
Okay, yeah, that's just interesting. Let's see how it will be resolved, because the guy, the player with black pieces, right? It depends on him right now, and he doesn't look like he's going to.
Gesture says that
stop
I don't know what I'm doing. Somebody stop me! Yeah, he doesn't seem a person like he's.
He's enjoying it, like he's thinking. That's the best part, right? Yeah, sure. Okay, well, what else can we discuss? Let's talk about tomorrow.
Oh, our chat knows everything, actually. Sander says on Twitch, last capture on move 85 happened. Move 85? They played 85 moves. And now it is 124. And we have a delay, so it is more moves now.
Okay. No, so I would say another like 10 minutes of fun. You know what? Let's go to the women's section and see. Can we see
standings?
Standings?
We might have actually the pairings there.
Oh, wow! Okay, it's even better.
No, not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
So after around 8, the situation is that Tanzhangi and Garifina are leading the competition together with Savita-Shri.
Three-way tie.
Yeah.
For first. Okay. How many people on?
6. We have Batsiashvili, Abdumalik, Gunina as well, and Monhol Turmunk.
Okay, so Valentina finished with 2 victories, and nice to see. She's back in the competition. Kostyniuk is in 5.5. And the top Mongolian player, too, I'm not going to try to pronounce that.
Yeah, don't do it. I felt very much with that.
Okay, so she's on 6 points as well. Who's that girl from Singapore? Do you know her?
Singapore.
Xian Yun, that she just beat Elizabeth Pats.
She is woman grandmaster. I don't remember her. Let me check. Maybe I can recognize by the photo. She got the title in 2018. And she finished 4th in 2001 Women's Chinese Chess Championship.
Oh, so she played in China.
She's a Chinese-born Singapore chess player. So she changed
just,
the federation.
at some point she immigrated to Singapore. Okay, so she's just a Chinese player. Mm-hmm.
Yes, and I don't know when she changed the federation, but then from that moment she won a lot of tournaments in Singapore, starting from 2012, 15, 16, 17, 18, and probably even more.
And she's 37 years old.
Yes.
And all these are like old photos of her.
What? Old photos? Yes, the game is ending.
Oh,
yay!
no.
I heard our
Thank you,
producer
guys. Yeah,
just clapped. It was for this game. I don't know, but I heard some clapping from the next room. So that was it, guys. Rapid Chess Championship.
Happy volunteers.
Yes,
okay,
finally, look at it now.
I can swarm the.
They're doing great job, and absolutely fantastic atmosphere in the playing venue. They are very helpful. Sometimes they don't allow me to go to the rooms, and I don't like that, but they're doing their work indeed. And this was day 2 at FIDE World Rapid Chess Championship 2022. We have the sole leader in the open section, Magnus Carlsen, and we have 3 players in women's section sharing first, third places. Nothing is decided yet. Anything can happen tomorrow, and tomorrow is another day. The rounds are shorter. In women's section we have 3 rounds only, and in open section we're gonna have 4 rounds, and this is the final day. Tomorrow we will know the champions in both categories.
Yes, don't miss the final day of action and the rapid. Would anybody be able to catch up with Magnus? We don't know, but just imagine what happens in case of a tie. In
case of a tie, we're gonna have the tie breaks of all the games. Like if it's a tie between 2 players, they're gonna play against each other. If it's a tie between 4 players, they're gonna play against each other. This is a new regulation in the open section. Last year and also the other years, it has been that there have been 4 players sharing first to 4th places, and only first 2 played the tie breaks. And some of the people found this unfair, so this part of the regulation has been changed in the open section, not in women's section, but let's see how this rapids final gonna bring to us, we might have also tie breaks and more and more
right.
games. So guys, don't miss that. Thank you so much for being with us on YouTube and Twitch channel. Make sure that you like the commentary and you share it among your friends. And thank you very much, Alexander, for...
Thank you, Keti. And yeah, it's going to be a long it might be a long day tomorrow if there is a tie break. So check back. See you tomorrow.
Bye-bye, everyone.
All right, we have Jinsai Abdulmalik with us. After 7 rounds, you have 5.5 points. You lost the first game, then won 5 in a row, and now it was a draw. How's the tournament going so far for you? What would you say?
Well, I think everything is fine. I lost the first game, but then hopefully, I did my best to try to come back. And okay, we're playing. I don't know, still many games ahead.
We spoke very briefly after your first game when you just looked at me and said, I lost. And you looked very obviously disappointed and tired. And obviously you came back now with 5 wins in a row, only to be now hopefully temporarily stopped. So how easy or difficult was it for you to recover after a loss in the first round at the very beginning, given that you're playing in your home country and obviously that you probably have very high ambitions?
No, I think it wasn't that hard. It's just that I didn't play for a while. So I was trying to get my shape back and try to show my best again. And well, I think I'm doing fine because my last big tournament was in September. I played the Grand Prix, and of course it's not good to lose the first game, but okay, happens.
How does it feel for you to be playing in your home country? Obviously, for some, it's they see it as the advantage of the home field. For some, it's more pressure. How does it work out for you?
No, for me it's fine. Okay, many people are watching, and you feel a bit of pressure, but still, I think it's the same as everywhere. So I don't really care about it, and just trying to focus on my games.
And generally speaking about chess in Kazakhstan, many are wondering how popular is the game here, and do you think this event will contribute to popularizing chess further?
Yeah, I think this event is a great for our young kids to see their top players, and I'm sure they're rooting for many strong players. And chess is very popular in Almaty. I think it's taken the first place. If you compare to other sports, and of course it's great for us that we're having such a great tournament here with such strong players from many countries.
And just finally, what would it mean for you to be the winner here in Almaty in your home country? Was that one of your biggest dreams, or?
Well, it will be cool. I'll still have time to celebrate the new year with my family. And okay, we'll see. I mean, still many games ahead, and just looking forward.
Well, we hope you have a fun new year then, and obviously that wish comes true. Thank you very much for your time and good luck.
Life is full of exciting events, but it is our first impressions that we remember best. Your first diploma, your first job in a big company, unforgettable emotions from the first date, the first expensive things you bought when you got your first paycheck, and your first investments with Freedom Broker. Freedom Broker. Look at your favorite brands from a new perspective.
Welcome to 100 Endgames You Must Know. Over 200 mini videos that our Chessable team edited together, synced with our move trainer, and made it a seamless learning experience. So thanks for watching, happy studying, and enjoy the material.
ancestors saved and preserved the vast expanses of their native land, from Altai to Ataro, thanks not only to the spearheads and brave spirit, but also to the ability of strategic thinking. In the age of the larger political games and in times of wars, step strategy decided the future of the nation and contributed to the strengthening of borders. Every step taken was another of the common obstacles on the way to a brighter future. Every decision made changed the trajectory of life. This is a game. This is a strategy. The light and dark side of life. This is history. Friendship and rivalry. This is an emotion. Aspiration to the future.